financial decisions, financial mismanagement, those type of things. And you really can't heal what you won't reveal, right? In the words of illustrious Jay-Z. So if you all aren't able to be real with yourself, and one of the things I found most astonishing is that SAU said some of the things and some of the steps, they outlined some of the steps they were taking to resolve some of the financial problems. One of the steps said including 4 audits and a reduction of half the staff, which resulted in $17 million in savings and obtaining $7 million in loans from Gothic Ventures. Number one, do you need another loan? It sounds like y'all had a lot of loans and some financial payments you don't have to pay back. But number two, is it going to affect the students, the half of the faculty staff? And if it's not, why didn't you think of this before? Why did you have to get to the point where you have to do a 90-day arbitration before you say, hey, maybe we should get rid of half of the staff, and that will allow us to have $17 million cleared up? Secondly, I actually spoke with an alumni who's a pretty good friend of mine and very active in that chapter. And one of the things she highlighted, and some of the concerns is that poor, including poor campus conditions. They have to be real with that. Call a spade, financial mismanagement. And one of the number one things that you have been talking about is the Board of Trustees' lack of transparency. That's what she said is a known fact, is that there's an issue with the Board of Trustees' lack of transparency. And in my opinion, one of the main things they do, and a lot of these boards do, unfortunately with HBCUs, is they use that title and that position as a resume filler, right? As a bragging right. And then you have the schools that are appointing them to be Board of Trustees based on titles, right? With their PhDs or doctorates. So I think it's a problem bigger than what they want the community to step in and solve. I think it's an internal problem of self-awareness and accountability.
Reese, anybody who knows me knows I am a strong believer in Black institutions. I am a strong believer in us supporting, in us funding. But here's what I also am a strong believer in. I'm a strong believer in accountability. I'm a strong believer that if you're going to put people in charge of something, that those people are going to be handling the business. I can tell you that one of the greatest issues that I have heard, not just from presidents, but I've heard this from actual board members. If there are too many HBCU board members who are trying to run the institution as opposed to the president. There are too many folk who want to decide, who want to control the athletic department, who want to control, one HBCU president told me that he got in trouble with the board because he told his secretary that she could access his president at university email, but he would handle his own private emails. She was talking to the board chair. Why in the hell is the secretary of the president having any conversation with the board chair about his business? This is the BS that I'm talking about. Now, I know somebody is going to, I know folk going to see, but we hear the same thing at PWIs. Okay, but we ain't talking about them right now. We talk about Black institutions. Because, see, this ain't no different than our Black organizations. I remember, Reese, the third time I was on the board of directors of the National Association of Black Journalists. And so we had a break in the meeting, and there were board members who were complaining about how much a particular staffer was being paid and how this person was still living in Atlanta, even though our national office was in Maryland. And so, I don't waste my time with BS conversation. But finally, I turned around and I said, hey, can y'all shut the hell up? They were like, excuse me? I said, did we allocate the budget for the national office? Yes. I said, well, I don't give a damn how the executive director chooses to spend it. If the executive director, if we allocate $500,000 and he wants to give one staffer $200,000 and they want to work remotely, that's his responsibility. We oversee him. Now, if he ain't handling the job, he gonna end up having to answer for that. I said, but why are y'all getting in the business of the damn executive director? Well, that ain't your damn job. What the hell an office person does? I say, that is not what a board's supposed to do. Your job is fiduciary responsibility and governance of the organization, not who the hell shows up in the damn office. And the whole room got quiet. I said, and this is the problem, because guess what? Every person I was talking to, not a single one of them was a boss. Not a single one of them had a job with a P&L responsibility. And that to me is one of the greatest struggles. When I look at people who sit on boards of trustees, the first thing I look at is what jobs have they had before? What responsibilities have they had before? Have they ever had a job that had P&L responsibility? Everybody watching, it's called profit and loss. If they had jobs that had no P&L responsibility, they can't be on my board.
Period. Well, listen, I have a business economics degree and accounting minor from UCLA and an MBA from Northeastern and 20 something years in finance. And so it's unfathomable to me that you can't balance a damn checkbook as a whole university when you're getting multiple get out of jail free cards. And so this is just negligence and it's unacceptable. And we want to save our institutions, but we want our institutions to uphold their fiduciary responsibility, not just to the state and to all the different laws they have to abide by, but to the students. It's totally unfair that they're getting caught in the crosshairs and their degree is losing prestige because of mismanagement. And so I do want to defer the rest of my time though to Dr. Carr because it seemed like he was on to something, and I wasn't picking up what he was picking up. So I want to see what Dr. Carr had to say about the whole sports thing, if you don't mind, Roland.
No,
And Greg, before I go there, our frat brother, Dr. Walter Kimbrough, went down there to Talladega. And you know what he did? He got rid of several sports programs. You know what he said? We can't afford these. And, I'm with him 100%. He was like, hey, let's stop trying. And then again, I get the number of HBCUs and now if you cannot afford sports programs, stop trying to have sports programs. Focus on
90% of people don't realize that their data could be on the dark web like. And guess what? A ton of
Carolina and not South Carolina State. As long as we don't think like a race, the destruction of HBCUs is inevitable. There's no superstar that can save it. No board, no trustees, no president, no faculty. As long as we think the white man's ice is colder, we're going to take this L.
The thing for me is very simple, and that is, you're right. And I've had people hit me about Shaw, the selling of the radio station, all kinds of stuff along those lines. I mean, that's been happening for years. So if I'm going to start with the premise that I know these white folks want this, what I'm not going to do is hand them the gun and the bullets and then put my finger on the trigger. No, I'm gonna make them. I'm gonna be dodging so hard they're gonna have to be an accurate shot. I'm not gonna be standing still 5 feet away. Right. And this is the problem that I have. You play right into their hands by not handling your business.
That's right.
There are examples. You said it. Sorrell at Paul Quinn. There are other examples of HBCUs that have been revived because they brought in strong leadership and they allowed them to lead. That's one of the great, and I've heard this, and I'm telling you, and I've heard this from too many places. There have been some amazing individuals that have served as presidents of HBCUs, but they have been run off because boards of trustees have thought they knew better than the person who was picked to lead. And I've had multiple individuals tell me, I will never go back to work at a HBCU because I'm not dealing with that bullshit again. I have heard, and these are not, and I need people to understand. I know a number of people, highly talented, who would love to work at an institution, but they're like, yo, I'm not dealing with nonsense. Now, I know there are people like, oh man, you making generalities. No, I'm not, because if I started saying names, some of y'all gonna get real upset.
You can say my name.
I know somebody who point blank I know somebody major who left the Howard board who said, I don't have time for bullshit.
Come on.
And if I told you this person's name and how much money they got, y'all would be like, say what? Person told me point blank, Roland, I don't have time to sit in meetings and deal with bullshit. This is straight up what this person told me. And I was like, damn. And this is a person, not only every HBCU would want on their board, it's probably half of the PWIs in America want this person on their board. So all I'm saying is, I need black people. If we're going to be in this situation right now, and we're talking about the maintaining and not surviving, but the thriving of black institutions, then I need us to do what a lot of us are unwilling to do. And that is to step back and say, we got to assess this whole thing. We got to assess students, faculty, staff, buildings, maintenance, endowment, leadership, board, the entire piece. Because that's how you actually rebuild an institution. Now, again, I know somebody, see, the reason this is so personal because this reminds me of running black.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting to make everything pop. Learn the latest trends, stay updated, videos change fast. Plan your content.
And I'm like, but y'all ain't made a profit in 20 years. Why is your nickname the Chicago Offender? Because of all the misspellings and the errors in the paper. See, everybody had this whole historic view of the Chicago Defender, and I was like, but y'all broken. You're in a building, you're only using 10% of the building. It's hot as hell during the summer, it's cold as hell in the winter, it's dusty, it's moldy. Why are we in this building? And when I moved us, I had some folk protesting me. And it was a major historian, I can't remember his name right now, and he did an interview with NPR. He was standing outside of our building. And this is a shame. He was arguing about the building. And I said, let me ask you a question, bro. Do you want me to save the paper or the building? Because to refurbish the building would have cost $9 million. The entire company of 4 papers wasn't even worth 7. I said, so which one do you want? I said, because you know what? We moved twice before. So I'm confused why this is a problem. See, I need everybody listening to what I'm talking, understand what I'm saying. They were fighting for the building. I was fighting for the institution. I was trying to save the institution and not the building. So I need us to understand that if we're going to have black institution saving conversations, then we have to have people who are in charge, who are serious about the business, who are going to watch every dollar like a hawk, who are going to make demands of alumni, of others to say, what targets that we're setting. And the other thing is this here. When you go raise the money, you got to make sure that you use it properly, because why'd you ask for it in the first place? And so this is all I'm saying to St. Augustine's leadership. If you're going to ask the community, and this applies to any HBCU and any black institution, whether it's a black church, whether it's a black organization. Matter of fact, I saw a video, a relative of Frederick Douglass was complaining that after the U.S. Army pulled out of this parade they have every year, he was mad because the black community didn't step up and save this annual parade. This is the first thing I said. Bruh, I never even heard about y'all having a parade. I'm trying to understand why y'all never reached out to black-owned media about this whole deal. See, I need people to stop coming to black people and saying, why aren't y'all helping us and saving us, if y'all never come to black people with your plan of action as to why we should help and save you. And so I didn't mean to go on this long on this St. Augustine's issue, but this is what I'm going to need from St. Augustine's or any other black institution. If you want black people to step up and assist and support, then you better have a plan of action that we can see that's transparent and real, and you better have people who are in charge who can execute the vision of that plan. Otherwise, handing money to you is like just simply throwing it down, throwing it into a fireplace. It's just gonna get burned. It ain't gonna benefit nobody. And that's what I don't want to see happen. And so I would hope, while St. Augustine's leadership is laying out this whole deal. I just had this same conversation, y'all, with the sister who's the chair of the Black Lives Matter board. They've like cleaned their finances up, lawsuits over. I said, okay, y'all come back on. Tell me what y'all doing. I'm down with supporting black institutions, but I need black folks who run in black institutions to be clear and transparent with the public on how they're going to get the job done. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, I know, again, that was not my intent. And if I stepped on some toes, I did it by design. If I stepped on some HBCU toes, I did it by design. And if you got a problem with what I had to say, well, handle your business. Because you notice the people who handle their business, who don't have financial problems, who don't have accreditation problems, we ain't talking about them. Just something for folks to consider. Quick break. We're going to come back, talk about this whole school choice issue. That's just insane. I support school choice. What these Republicans are doing, that ain't school choice. That's helping out rich white people. We'll explain next on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Sun Network.
What's up, y'all? Look, Fanbase is more than a platform. It's a movement to empower creators, offering a unique opportunity for everyday people to invest in Black-owned tech, infrastructure, and help shape the future of social media. Investing in technology is essential for creating long-term wealth and influence in the digital age. The Black community must not only consume tech, we must own it.
Discover how equity crowdfunding can serve as a powerful tool for funding Black businesses, allowing entrepreneurs to raise capital directly through their community through the Jobs Act.
This is Essence Atkins.
What's the love king of R&B, Raheem Devon?
It's me, Sherry Shepard, and you know what you watch.
You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
I'm an advocate for school choice. I actually created the initiative School Choice is the Black Choice. But what you're seeing take place across the country in Texas and Tennessee, other places, y'all, that ain't school choice. It's the destruction of public schools. It's giving money to largely white parents who already enroll their kids in private schools and taking taxpayer money and giving it to them. In Texas, during a House Public Education Committee meeting, Republican Representative Charles Cunningham discussed how, y'all, listen to this, and this dude black, he discussed how the 1957 school integration decision was fundamentally about school.
This neighborhood is very drug infested. It's a lot of heroin, K2, fentanyl, and xylazine.
Albert Aponte is a recovering drug addict. He spent years using and dealing drugs in abandoned buildings in the Bronx and eventually went to jail for 12 years.
All right, let's get...
Thanks to all of you for coming. My name is Andres Martinez. I'm a vice president here at the New America Foundation and the director of our Schwartz Fellows Program. Before we get started, I wanted to make a few housekeeping notes, which is that this is being webcast, so obviously it's all on the record. And please be mindful of that when it comes to Q&A time. Wait for the microphone, which will be circulating, so people can hear online, and identify yourself when you ask a question. I am very excited to have this conversation this evening about Mexico and about how Mexico is visually represented. I grew up in Mexico, so I have a very parochial interest in the subject. And one of my frustrations is it seems that when it comes to our neighboring country, we often have a hard time, it seems to me, focusing on more than one aspect of Mexico at a time. Whether it's, gee, it would be really great to have California, or immigration, or NAFTA, or more recently, the drug situation. So it seems that we often end up with a vision, a portrayal of Mexico that is a little bit too limited. And for a long time, I felt that the portrayal of Mexico in the media has been too negative, too obsessed with one single topic. You know, we often don't think about it in these terms, but the United States has been historically, I would say, quite privileged as a major continental power to not have to deploy its military to protect its borders. You know, if you think about it, we've had the advantages of an island power because we've had Canada to the north and Mexico to the south, and we've been able to project our military prowess elsewhere in the world because we haven't had to deploy armies along our border, which is fairly unique for landmass continental powers in history. Yes, we can quibble obviously about how many border patrol agents to post along the border, but that's just a very different proposition in terms of magnitude. And I think that's sometimes helpful to remind people of in terms of the context and what we're talking about. And mind you, this is a border where plenty of land has changed hands, and yet we've had the benefit of a sensible, peaceful neighbor. It also strikes me that when it comes to the economy, Mexico is more of a success story than we often assume or think of in this country, and especially in terms of what comes across in the media portrayal. Mexico is not a poor country by global standards. It's more of a middle-class one. It's sort of one of the poorer members of the OECD. A nation with enough resources to be the second largest buyer of American goods. A nation that's often cited for its macroeconomic stability and fiscal prudence in the last 15, 20 years, which has enabled an expansion of the middle class. And these are stories that often get lost in the perspective. Huge problems, to be sure, particularly in terms of how the wealth is distributed, which is a fairly familiar problem to plenty of developing nations around the world, and even some developed ones, but let's not get into that. You also have, a country that outperforms most of the BRIC nations on a wide array of living standard indices, and yet the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, get a lot more hype and positive media in the United States. So I've been a little bit frustrated about the portrayal of Mexico in American media, although I would say that starting with the inauguration of the new president, Peña Nieto, on December 1st, it felt like a memo went out to mainstream media. Here's your talking points, or maybe it was a memo calling for a bit of a corrective narrative. And on the eve of that swearing in of President Peña Nieto, the Washington Post, the New York Times, a lot of outlets had more balanced stories about Mexico, at least pieces that took a broader perspective and looked at the economy and other stories, not just the drug war. Some of them actually struck me as almost too positive, but I'm not going to complain given where he had been. And The Economist around that time also had a special section that I feel the Mexican embassy must have ordered 1 million copies of, because it was so optimistic. And then yesterday I picked up the New York Times, or I should say I tapped in the New York Times because I didn't have the physical copy. And there was Thomas Friedman discovering Mexico in a column that was entitled "How Mexico Got Back in the Game." And it's this breathless piece on how Mexico could be the next India or China. And it was spot on and in some ways hitting on all the issues that I've frustrated that have been absent from the coverage. But I did grimace a bit at one line where he writes, it's as if that it was as if Mexicans decided to no longer be defined by the drug war. And I thought that was a bit amusing because I feel like it's been the media in this country that's been defining them by the drug war, not Mexicans themselves for the past years. But Thomas Friedman went to Mexico and decided that Mexicans had decided to think of themselves differently, perhaps because he was there. So again, but the challenge in how we think of countries and how they're portrayed, it's one of perspective. The drug war obviously is a hugely important part of the Mexico story. You cannot dismiss 70,000 deaths in the last 6 years. Just last week, there was a admirable report that came out from Human Rights Watch on a lot of the atrocities that have been committed in the persecution of this struggle against the cartels. And even on the economic front, one of the things that's startling is that you have a 2,000-mile border between two countries that have living standards that are about 4 or 5 times different. So income in the U.S., depending on how you measure, it's about 4 or 5 times higher than Mexico. So it's fine. It's all fine and well to say, well, Mexico, by global standards, is a middle-income country. I mean, it has income that might be 15 or 16 times greater than Afghanistan. But again, you have this somewhat, I was always told as a journalist, never use the term unique, but it's fairly unique to have this shared border between two countries with such disparate living standards, even if one is not, dire poor by global standards. The contrast is what creates a lot of the tension. Not to mention the fact that, given our subject this evening, Mexico does find itself between the suppliers of very expensive illicit drugs and the consumers, and that is not a great place to be. To beat a dead horse, it all comes back to perspective, to how we compose the picture, what we focus in on. I feel like there has been some remedy to the distortive representation of Mexico in recent months. I fear that maybe there's a danger that we might go too far and forget about the drug violence. I just wish that there was a way to have a more balanced portrayal over time of all of the diversity of issues that go into this relationship between the two countries and what's happening on Mexico. So given these challenges of composition and focus, it couldn't be more appropriate to have with us Louis Palou, who is the first photojournalist to be a Schwartz Fellow here at New America. Louis, as many of you already know, is an award-winning documentary photographer whose work has appeared in publications and exhibitions internationally, including the New York Times, Foreign Policy, where some of this work has appeared, Time, The Atlantic, and the BBC. He has been awarded numerous accolades, including awards from Pictures of the Year International, White House News Photographers Association, National Magazine Award, Alexia Foundation Documentary Photography Grant, Pulitzer Center for Crisis Reporting Grant, which we really
Now he works at the Samaritan Daytop Village Treatment Center, walking the same streets he once used on, trying to convince addicts to get clean. Several times a week, he and his colleagues set up in front of the local Burger King.
Good morning. Good morning, my brother. How's everything? Okay. All in?
Albert and his team are fighting an uphill battle. In 2022, there were over 6,300 opioid overdose deaths in New York State, setting an all-time record. While other neighboring states like New Jersey and Connecticut are seeing their numbers decline, New York's are getting worse. We're in the South Bronx, and this is really the epicenter of the opioid epidemic in New York City and maybe even the country, because they say that if the Bronx was its own state, it'd be the number 2 for overdose deaths after West Virginia. And we're here with some volunteers who are handing out naloxone kits, which are really saving a lot of lives.
So this is what is naloxone. Right? So this reverses the overdose. Only works for opiates. So it's safe if somebody's having a seizure, which sometimes they confuse it for an overdose. If you shoot them up with this up their nose, it's not going to do anything to them. It's not going to harm them, you know. If they are overdosing, this will reverse it and it'll bring them back. They're going to be pissed off because you just blew their head, you know. So, but they don't see that they were literally dying, you know, and you just saved their life.
And so these packets you hand out to users here on the street?
Everybody, even non-users.
Users and non-users.
Students,
you can save a life.
Parents. You know? Same thing with the xylazine test strips and the fentanyl test strips. So what we do is, once we see that they're getting wounds and they don't know what they're using, we tell them to test their product and consider not using it or to use very safely. Never to use alone, carry naloxone, and try to use new syringes to prevent the spread of diseases.
Naloxone, also known as Narcan, is the main line of defense against the increasing overdose rate in New York. It's become a critical tool now that the opioid drug supply has become flooded with fentanyl, a cheap synthetic opioid that many users don't even realize is in their drugs.
So right now we're in the Northeast Regional Laboratory.
This is Special Agent Frank Tarantino, who runs the New York division of the Drug Enforcement Agency. He sees his #1 job as getting fentanyl off the streets.
The drug landscape's far different than it's ever been before. It's deadlier than it's ever been before. Experimentation is really not an option. When you're using drugs in today's drug environment, you're really playing with your life. I mean, you're going to run a high risk of dying.
Could you break down for our viewers just how dangerous fentanyl is?
It's what's killing the majority of Americans today. In fact, the highest cause of death today in the United States is fentanyl.
Not car accidents?
More than car accidents, more than COVID-19, more than gun violence. So more Americans are dying between 18 and 45 from fentanyl poisoning.
This is what fentanyl looks like. Millions of doses confiscated by the Drug Enforcement Agency.
And this is a lethal dose, and if you can see very faintly at the bottom of this canister here, this vial, you see a white powdery film.
Yeah, it almost looks like there's nothing in there.
Right.
And that's enough to kill a person.
This is a lethal dose of fentanyl. We're talking about 2 milligrams that can fit on the tip of a pencil. It's 10 to 20 grains of salt poured on your kitchen table. It's the most lethal drug we've ever seen. It's 50 times more powerful than heroin. It's 100 times more powerful than morphine. It's the most addicting drug on the street today. And when you take this drug and you mix it into all these other drugs like cocaine and heroin and methamphetamine, then you're essentially making a poison that's killing people. And they're killing people in an unsuspecting, deceitful way.
When dealers secretly mix fentanyl into so-called party drugs like cocaine or pills, it becomes especially dangerous because people who take drugs socially on a night out don't have the same tolerance level as regular opioid users. They run a higher risk of overdosing. But even if they don't overdose, they face the danger of inadvertently becoming addicted to fentanyl themselves.
And I'm really grateful to you all for being here today and learning, thank you so much, and learning how to use naloxone and reverse an overdose.
Things have gotten so bad, New York City has spearheaded a campaign to stock every club or restaurant with an overdose prevention kit that has naloxone to try to make it a safety mainstay like a fire extinguisher or CPR training.
Narcan is the brand name for naloxone, so it is the ping pong to naloxone's table tennis, the Kleenex to naloxone's tissues. So it's just the name for the nasal spray formulation of the drug called naloxone. And if you want to get Narcan, you can visit nyc.gov/naloxone, and there are tons of resources.
Any venue in New York can request a training session like this one for its staff. City officials want businesses to feel that stocking naloxone won't mark them out as some kind of a drug den.
So what are some examples of some opioids? Percocet, Oxycontin, heroin, fentanyl. Yeah, so opioids is a huge class of drug that encompasses a lot of different things. Place your thumb on the side so you don't accidentally press down on the plunger. Then you want to put the device inside the person's nostril so that your fingers touch the bottom of their nostril. Then you want to press down firmly on the plunger, releasing all the medication at once. So we don't want to test the plunger, we don't want to prime it, because all the medication releases at once. All right, so those are the steps: peel, place, and press. Thank you.
I used drugs for 25 years, and I sold drugs for 20 years. And I was always in and out of jail, and I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. The day after tomorrow, I celebrate 20 years in recovery. I like this side of the fence better than that side.
The other side of the fence.
Take a card. You hungry? You want a sandwich?
Albert visits this small park in the Bronx several times a week to hand out food and supplies to the homeless.
Here you go.
This is also where he tries to convince users to go into treatment.
I always say that you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Sure.
But you can hold him there till he gets thirsty.
That persistence pays off. After weeks of conversations, one man, Ramon Cruz, has finally decided he's ready to try to break the cycle of addiction.
You want to go to detox?
I want to Johnny pick me up.
So you want to go to detox?
Yeah.
When you want to go?
Now.
Right now?
Right now?
I'll call him to come pick you up.
Johnny?
Yeah.
You want to go sugar?
Yeah. And do the people out here that you're working with, do they know about your history? Do they sort of connect with you on that level?
Albert and I, we self-disclose. Okay. We let them know.
Yeah. Some of them, we've done time together. We've done biz upstate, you know.
Wow.
So I know them from the streets.
Do you know what kind of drugs he uses?
Heroin. He's an old timer from here, from the neighborhood, and I've engaged with him other times, and I'm glad that he decided to go.
Ramon comes back with his suitcase and his best friend. Albert is hopeful that today he'll be able to get not one, but two people into treatment.
He just wants to smoke his little butt that he got left, you know. Yeah.
He wants to use.
And he's trying to convince his friend to go with him, you know.
It's how you survive.
But you can see
you need someone else to watch you.
He's telling you, do this for you, babe, you know.
I know, he loves you.
It's an emotional goodbye as Ramon takes his first steps towards recovery.
This is how getting people off of drugs in New York actually works. They have to do it person by person, one person at a time. We just saw these peers come out into a park and try to encourage two people to come to the recovery center with them. And only one of them decided to go, but one, they said, is better than none.
Thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate you.
This is Jesus. Jesus is going to go.
So what's going to happen next?
So now he'll go into detox, and before he finishes the detox, he said that he wanted to go to rehab and then long-term treatment.
Well, today you led the horse to water. What are your expectations?
I learned not to put expectations on nobody, right? Every individual is an individual, and they make their own decisions, you know.
Thank you. So you okay? Yeah.
Do you mind just sort of quantifying the crisis for New Yorkers?
Yes. So our last numbers for 2022 was that over 6,300 New Yorkers died of an overdose.
Wow.
So that's about one person dying every 90 minutes.
Dr. Chinazo Cunningham is New York's Commissioner for Addiction Services and the woman leading the state's substance abuse response.
This is the worst we've ever seen on record. And that's why we really have to do things differently. We have to embrace harm reduction, which really focuses on keeping people alive and reducing the harms associated with substance use. And we need to make sure that people have access to effective treatment. And so really bringing the treatment to where people are and reaching those who are at highest risk is now more important than ever.
And why is fentanyl so dangerous?
It only takes a really, really small amount for somebody to die. And it essentially works in that it reduces the drive to breathe. So people stop breathing, and that's how they die.
The overdose rate in New York State and New York City is through the roof. It's going up, and it's been going up for years. At the same time, in neighboring states like Connecticut and New Jersey, the death rate for overdoses has been going down the last couple of years. What is it that makes New York so much worse?
Simply put, it's a destination city. This is the hub. This is where all the drugs come to for further distribution throughout the United States, most likely into the Northeast Corridor. And this is where the drug cartels are making their logistical hub to further distribute to areas like New Jersey and Connecticut and Philadelphia. So it goes both north and south, and it's fentanyl. And fentanyl is the most urgent and deadliest threat we have ever seen in law enforcement, and certainly in the DEA. We're removing a lot of the supply that's on the street today. Last year alone, we seized 2,000 pounds of fentanyl powder and 2 million pills. We seized almost 65 million potential lethal doses here in New York City and throughout the state. That's saving lives.
Sam Rivera is something of a rebel. But it's not the tattoos or the biker gear or the motorcycle he rides to work. It's his radical commitment to bring harm reduction to New York as his way to save lives. Advocates of the harm reduction approach believe drug use is a health issue, not a law and order issue.
How you doing? You doing okay?
A good treatment.
Did you get treatment today?
Yes.
Good. You feel better? I could feel it.
Sam runs On Point, a safe drug consumption site in New York City. Is this facility unique for the United States? I've read that it's the first safe injection site in the country. Is that right?
First two, yes, we have two. And we really get to prove how this is an important part of healthcare. I mean, this is what it is. We have a health crisis. We don't have people who come in here and use drugs and feel high and feel good. They're literally coming in to feel manageable.
Yeah.
To get to a place where they feel good enough to even function.
Users can actually bring their own drugs here and shoot them in front of trained monitors who watch to make sure no one overdoses. In the 2 years it's been open, they've reversed 1,200 potentially fatal overdoses.
If they're going into an overdose, we respond immediately with our crash carts, all this information, how we respond. As you can see, we have oxygen at the ready. Again, the goal is to remove enough of the opioid off the brain so that they can breathe and function on their own.
Monitors stand in the middle of the room and use mirrors to observe as many as 8 participants using drugs at a time. When a participant starts to nod, that's when the monitor needs to make sure everything's okay. And if it's not, they administer naloxone on the spot.
Even if there's breathing you want to check, make sure the person is responding. They make a decision on if it's time to respond to the overdose. They go into action and decide what's the next step.
I went in this place about a month ago, and I never play scratch. For a $3 scratch off, I want $500.
Patrick Considine is a regular at On Point.
I never heard of fentanyl until a few years ago, and they advertise it on the walls in here as being 100 times stronger than heroin. I don't. There are guys now that want fentanyl. They don't even want, if you had dope, heroin and fentanyl, they'll say, give me the fentanyl, because it's cheaper.
He says he's been using drugs for years, but that now he only uses at On Point.
When I walked in here, I was flabbergasted. I said, what the hell is... This is all legal. I never even knew it existed. They did save my life here once. You don't remember when you overdose. It's just like it's like you take a nap and you wake up and somebody has to tell you, you know, relax, relax, you're okay now. But I had overdosed. That was the one and only time. But if I had not been here, I might not be here, you know.
These track marks are new. Patrick says they were caused by xylazine, an animal tranquilizer that's now turning up in heroin in addition to fentanyl.
I have more than one. There's one there, that's a few months old. That's a few months old. This one's the oldest. That one, because for a while I was using my hand because I could get to the veins.
How long you've been using?
I've had enough of it too. It's been so long that I don't get euphoria anymore. All I get is not being sick. So the only time I really do a shot is when I'm here and I let one of the staff assist me because my veins are difficult to get. So, you know, I do it that way. But I may go around the block and I may buy 2 bags of this so-called heroin, which I know they test drugs here every Tuesday.
Patrick is talking about a special program at On Point where users who aren't sure what's in their drugs can get them tested before injecting or smoking. The City of New York funds 4 other drug testing sites around the city, too.
The participants said that the sample felt really strong, so they wanted to get it tested.
Yarlix Estrada works for New York City operating this machine which tests the drugs.
So in this sample, we have somewhere between 13 to 16% fentanyl, but also taking into consideration that the sample has heroin, it has xylazine, the other things are inactive, but the combination of those 3 things would lead to a potentially intense reaction, which the person described as having, or that was a really strong reaction for them.
And what's the percentage of heroin in this sample?
This has about 23 to 28% heroin.
What would you say to people who are like, well, why is the city doing quality control on drugs for people who are using illegal drugs instead of, you know, shutting it down? What would your answer to them be?
Yeah, so when I first got involved in harm reduction in around 2015, we had somewhere around 50,000 deaths that year across the country. And as of April of 2021, we had over 100,000. And I think the shutting it down approach has led us to being in this place where in less than a decade, we've doubled the amount of overdose tests that we've had in such a short period of time.
Sam thinks overdose prevention centers, or OPCs like On Point, have to be part of the solution.
So fentanyl is right now the number 1 killer. Anytime it's been over 18, 19%, almost every person who used overdose, but our team was there to respond. So it also created a space, or creates a space, for people to come in and know fentanyl is getting really dangerous out there. I better use it in OPC or I won't be alive. So that's the most crucial response right now, which is why it hurts to know we don't have many more OPCs around the country, because we're losing people that don't have to die.
Even with all the protections at On Point, Patrick is still afraid his addiction is going to kill him.
I wasn't afraid of anything until I saw not the fentanyl, but the xylazine. When I saw on myself, I had shot 3 shots on my leg, and from the point of injection, 3 inches in either direction, it was this long, and it was black, and it was hard. And I thought to myself, if that's happening, and I didn't miss the vein, if that's happening to a vein that I entered, what else is this stuff doing to my heart and the rest of my body? Yeah, it scared me. And I definitely think this stuff is killing people, and I don't want to be one of them, you know?
Even though Patrick believes On Point is the reason he's alive today, he says he understands why it's not popular in Harlem, a mostly black and brown community.
There's pros and cons to this place. One of the pros is it keeps all of the people that are doing drugs and smoking crack, it keeps them in one spot away from the public. If you close this place, they're not stopping. The one thing that did surprise me is that it was, I guess, a catch-22. If you walk out the door here and look straight across the street, there's a children's daycare center. You would not see that in any, and this is when you want to call it racial or anything, you wouldn't see it in a white neighborhood, you wouldn't see it in a Jewish neighborhood, an Italian, you wouldn't see it anywhere else. But they stick it here because, you know, politicians, it's just the projects.
Patrick, how old are you?
I'm 58. And I look a lot older because of these drugs, you know?
On Point doesn't just offer supervision for people to safely use their drugs. It also has a medical team, so people can see doctors, and even an acupuncture clinic. But all of that's under threat because of the crack house statute, a federal law making it illegal to maintain a property for the purpose of using controlled substances. And Manhattan DA Damian Williams threatened to close On Point in 2023.
The U.S. Attorney's Office said that you're essentially operating an illegal operation here and you should be shut down. What do you say to that?
This is a health emergency in the United States, averaging 110,000 deaths, overdose deaths in this country, and politicians are deciding whether or not health officials should address it. Messages I received as a result even from people in law enforcement saying, like, listen, it's not, we see you, we know what you're doing, we appreciate what you're doing.
So you're not at all worried that this is going to lead to you going to jail, for example, as the ringleader of an operation?
Wouldn't be the first time. No, I'm not. I'm not worried about it. And I made a decision, Simon, that if that's what it came down to, then my family knows. I love these people. Try not to get emotional.
Yeah. It's worth it to you.
It's worth it to me. I coined a phrase here where we love on people until they're ready to love on themselves. And if it means that someone's going to come in here and arrest me for loving people and hoping to keep them alive, then I guess that's, like you said, it's a risk. Definitely a risk I'm willing to take.
But leaders in law enforcement, like DEA Special Agent Frank Tarantino, are skeptical that harm reduction can manage the problem on its own.
And the harm reduction folks that we're talking to come from the position that people are going to use anyway, no matter what we say. And so that if they are going to use, then we should create an environment where it's safer for them to use.
I think it's just not okay to use right now because of fentanyl. It's just not safe. Fentanyl is not easily detected. If somebody's just going to scrape off a little piece and test it with a fentanyl test strip, there's a high likelihood that they missed a hot spot in that pill. That is lethal. So it's not safe to use this idea that fentanyl test strips is the answer. Experimentation is far different. It's too dangerous. Every single drug today on the street is likely to have fentanyl in it, and it's going to kill you.
Bridget Brennan, New York's special prosecutor for narcotics, pioneered a program offering treatment to qualified drug-addicted defendants. She told us the city's support for On Point puts it at odds with the state and the federal government.
The safe injection sites in New York exist in a sort of legal gray area. Do you...
It's not really gray.
Okay. Well, what is the situation?
Well, they're not legal. They are illegal both under federal and state law, but they're being allowed to exist.
Well, when you say they're being allowed to exist, in a sense, you're allowing them to exist, right?
I guess I could send my investigators out to shut them down, but that would not be something I would do. To me, it's the city's going to make a determination, and the state's going to make a determination, the federal government's going to make a determination of how that's going to go. I don't really view it as up to me. In fact, I'm not, I don't view it as my responsibility or something I actually should do.
Back in the Bronx, Albert Aponte is mentoring a session for recovering drug users. It's been a couple of weeks since we saw him pull Ramon Cruz off the street and check him into detox. If Ramon completes his detox and gets through rehab, he might need the support of a group like this one to stay clean.
Tell us what you were saying before about how that helped you in your recovery.
Because now I don't smoke crack no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm still on methadone. I'm only on 5 milligrams. You know, that never was my drug of choice. But I'm going on 9 years clean. I'm learning a lot thanks to this program. You know, I've been, going on 13 years now. They do more for me than my own family. You know, and I consider this program as my family. Come every day. I don't have to, but I choose to come every day because this program is keeping me clean. You know, it's really keeping me clean.
That's good. That's good. And I'm glad that you got a good peer support network.
Yeah.
I see the way you be interacting with everybody else, you know. Yeah.
Ramon is doing detox with another organization, but as far as Albert knows from an acquaintance who works there, he's still in treatment and doing well. Albert's hopeful he'll be able to find out more about his condition if and when Ramon checks out. Carlos Ramos is one of Albert's recent success stories. He's been in recovery since April.
I like to come here every day. I come here Monday through Friday. Sometimes when I finish my group, I stay here. You know, until I get a little tired and I just go home. But the methadone, it keeps me off my heroin choice, you know, because I used to love it, you know, but now I don't even think about it.
We use contingency management where we reward change behaviors that promote recovery, you know. And they're two of our shining stars.
Despite the best efforts of nonprofits like On Point and Samaritan Daytop, New York's overdose deaths keep breaking new records every year, while in neighboring states, things are actually getting a little better. Take Connecticut, which saw a decline of nearly 5% year on year, or New Jersey, which recorded an even sharper decline of almost 7.5% in 2022. Things are still pretty rough, though. Nearly 2,900 people died of an overdose in New Jersey. New Jersey's overall overdose fatality rate is going down, but here in Camden, it's actually still going up. So the university hospital system here has come up with a new program to try to change the situation. We're following an ambulance crew today to see how that works. We get our first call of the day. A man has been found unconscious behind the Speedway gas station.
There were times where we could see an overdose at the beginning of our shift and then see them again before we left for the day.
The EMTs here offer overdose victims a drug called buprenorphine, also known as Suboxone, which is usually used like methadone to help regular users stay off of opiates.
Once the patients have the buprenorphine on board, they're staying sober now for the next 24 hours, and it might give them the ability to make better choices and actually get into treatment. This gentleman, he didn't qualify for pre-hospital buprenorphine. I think buprenorphine can benefit him, but it's going to have to be done in the clinic.
Traditionally, you overdose, someone calls 911, hopefully. EMS shows up, they breathe for you, they give you a medication called naloxone, which reverses your opiate overdose and helps you breathe again. And then that was kind of the end of the playbook. We could offer you a trip to the emergency department where they may or may not have care options for you, or we could release you back into the public. And more people were taking the second option, just going back out on the street to either use or whatever else they were going to do.
How are you?
Dr. Gerard Carroll, who works in Camden for Cooper University Healthcare, became frustrated with a situation where he was seeing the same overdose patients brought in again and again and feeling like there was nothing he could do.
When you overdose and we give you naloxone, there's this awful side effect. We often precipitate withdrawal, right? When people are dependent on opiates, not having them makes them physically sick and mentally even worse. And it's really a huge motivator and miserable part of the experience of addiction. And we thought, hey, we can treat addiction, we can treat this withdrawal and get you onto care.
Dr. Carroll's idea was simple. After reversing an overdose, why not offer patients the Suboxone, a safe synthetic opiate, to deal with the effects of the withdrawal, in order to put patients in a state of mind where they could consider going into recovery instead of desperately seeking their next heroin dose.
Can you hear me?
It's been really amazing watching these EMT crews work because we've been following them on call after call, and overdoses happen every couple of hours. And so far, I don't want to jinx this one, but they've been able to revive every single person that they've dealt with.
Paramedics can't just administer Suboxone. They have to get consent, and that in itself is a challenge because most users aren't exactly thinking clearly, and they don't always know what the medication is or how it can help them.
So at that point, it's really like kind of game on for our paramedics because it's a new skill, and it's not just doing, it's selling, right? And that's a weird word, but you have to convince someone that you're there for them, and this is a stigmatized group that has not been done any favors in the healthcare system, so there's a lot of distrust. And I have to convince you in that short period of time that, hey, you're probably starting to feel lousy, I think you're going to feel worse, I can make you feel better, and I have to explain all of that.
We're taking you over to the hospital, okay? We had to give you some Narcan. You look like you're in withdrawal. Do you feel like you're in withdrawal? Yeah. Have you ever heard of Suboxone before? Do you use it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Do you want some right now? Yes?
Even on the best of days, it's hard for an opiate user to choose to go into rehab. But after an overdose, the withdrawal symptoms are just unbearable. The suffering this patient is experiencing, it's hard to watch. So you start to understand how little hope there is that someone going through this is going to then go into a program called Turkey.
And we had great success with just a small number of patients. And the amazing thing is everyone's gotten better, no one's gotten worse. Of those patients, about 35% go to their follow-up, like long-term appointment, and 25% stay in treatment at 30 days. So I don't think this is a cure to the opiate crisis, but I think this is another piece of the puzzle. It's pretty exciting for us.
So a quarter of the patients who agree to take the Suboxone are still in recovery a full month after having their overdose reversed by paramedics. In a world with depressingly low rates of recovery from opiates, that's a big win.
It's nice to actually be able to treat a patient's withdrawal. That's not something we ever had the ability to do prior to the buprenorphine being on the truck. In the past, we would give the patient Narcan, breathe for them, and when they would wake up, we'd attempt to talk to them about getting
They became heroin addicts. My brother was one of them, 12 years old. That's the average age. Go ahead, Wee.
Look at this family just trying to navigate all this.
He won't get up? Come on, my man. See, people don't see this. Kensington Avenue was the main corner of the city.
Of Philly?
Philly. Last year, I believe it was 10 million needles they gave out.
Absolutely no cameras.
Yeah.
So why no transparency if that's city money?
63 homicides in a 2-block radius.
Oh, what a little oasis here.
Whew. In 10 minutes, we can have you in a bed. I am city council.
I love your perspective. Hopefully in 10 years, this is a video everyone can watch and be like, wow, that was crazy. They allowed that to happen on the streets. Good morning, guys. Here in Philadelphia. And today we're going north to the neighborhood of Kensington, a place known for blight, open-air drug usage, and lots of crime. But today's not your standard Kensington story. We're meeting up with a man who is making an effort and making a huge dent in getting a lot of these kids out of the drugs and off the streets. So that's what we're getting into today, guys. An actual solution to a massive problem that can be seen in many cities across this country. Let's do this.
hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective.
I lived here till I was about 7 years old.
So it's changed quite a bit since when you were growing up here.
Yes, it has. Back in the day, you could leave your doors open. You could walk the streets and feel safe. Obviously, today, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know?
And that's why you brought your friend out here, just in case, right? Security, you were thinking?
You know, when you have cameras in an area like this, you know, you just want to have protection. We're good. Let's go.
These guys all here, fentanyl, is that the story?
Yeah, fentanyl, yeah.
Jeez.
Fentanyl, trank. You know, in Kensington, there's always, back in the 70s, there was meth, and then it came in the 80s, cocaine, and then the heroin came in. I remember as a young kid, there was a guy shooting, it was like 1973 it was.
Yep.
There was a guy standing on the corner, and he wrapped his arm, took his belt off, wrapped his arm up, right? So we have a lot of young kids watching it. We're like, what's this guy doing? Well, the five of the guys who was watching him, they became heroin addicts. My brother was one of them, 12 years old. That's the average age, they say, where an addiction starts, 12 with heroin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he ultimately died. My brother ultimately died as a result of,
wow.
Yeah. I lost 3 siblings, 2 brothers and a sister, as a result of complications through drugs from this area. Check on her.
Okay.
You okay? You all right? Yo. We don't have any Narcan, do we?
Okay, is that person on their way out?
Well, they're just chilling right now. I mean, she's high, and you know, I don't think she's on her way out, but she's definitely high.
Yo, you can't film here. It's the street. I can film anywhere. That's the beauty about the law in America. You can, anywhere public on the streets, you're allowed to film.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm always respectful if I get someone in a video, I ask, do they want to be, but if we're walking down the street, that's...
Yeah, so what we're going to do, I'll take you down the street here, and we'll show you McPherson Square. They also named it Needle Park, which is heart-wrenching, because it's really the only place in Kensington where you have an open space.
Look at this family just trying to navigate all this.
Yeah. So we got 5.5 acres of green space down there, but our kids can't use it.
Oh, buddy, I'm not gonna lie, this is quite heavy. I have like some little bit of adrenaline going, and that has not happened in a long time.
Yeah, you haven't seen nothing yet, my brother.
Really?
Nothing. This was inundated with addicts, and now what they're trying to do, they're doing this initiative where they're trying to clean up the streets in a sense, and
Okay, so the police are coming in here and
yes,
making an attempt, but
yeah, come on, let's go over here.
This is not an easy one to turn around.
They have like 100 police cadets that they've dedicated specifically to Kensington.
Is that helping much?
Well, I think, my man, how you doing, boss? You all right? Good. Well, their presence, I think, is definitely, you can see it, but we got to wait and see.
So it's a new thing?
Yeah, there has to be a plan in place.
So I just want to take a shot of this. Look at your library. This is beautiful. Hi, officers.
So this was fun. When it snowed, oh man, this was like Donny Park. I mean, we had all the rides. Slide down there like unbelievable. Snowball fights, it was great. Now, you can't do that because of all the needles and all, you know?
Yeah.
Over here, they designated for kids, so you have a lot of kids that come, and this kind of looks nice. I mean, it is nice when it's used. But if you look at the zip code we're in, there's over 30,000 people in our area, and I would say half of them are kids. Where are they? That's sad. There's a tight rein on them because you can't just run free. You just can't go, like when I was a kid, you just can't ride your bike in the streets. You can't walk in the streets.
If you're a responsible parent, you're not letting your kid out here.
No, you're not. Are they open here? There you go. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, look at that architecture.
A beautiful place, isn't it?
Beautiful. So what was Kensington back in the day? Was
So
it
this
a working
place,
class neighborhood? or-
we would come in here, all my sisters would come in here, we would sit at the tables and see, people don't see this in Kensington, you know, they don't, you know, this is a beautiful, a ton of history, you know.
So let's say 1930s, working class neighborhood, people working in Philly,
Yes.
or what were they doing?
Well, back in the 30s, it was historical factories. We were the manufacturing spot of the world. We produced rugs, shoes, hats, Stetson hats, overcoats, belts, you name it. I mean, every other block had a factory, and we had 100% employment. Everybody had a job. And obviously in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, where the manufacturing left and then poverty came in, you know.
Okay, so
jobs left.
The jobs went away, the drugs came in.
The drugs came in eventually, yes.
So buddy, a guy like this, what's this story?
I don't know, we have to check him.
I try to get him up.
He won't get up?
Oh, jeez.
Yo, pal. Yo, pal. Yo, come on, my man. You got to get up, pal. Okay? Come on, pal.
It's from track.
You okay? You okay?
It like eats your flesh. You can see the wound. It's
right.
Okay, come on, my man. Hey, look.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's what the trank does?
Yes, that's what the trank does. Somebody died right there, so that's, you know.
Oh, yeah. So, buddy, from the outside, everyone would be like, why aren't these guys getting help?
Look, but here's the thing. There is plenty of opportunity. Like, you know, Kensington right now is a tourist attraction for people to come and look and see people dying on the streets. And the truth of the matter is they don't have to die on the streets because there is help.
Okay, but the law works in the United States, from my understanding. You can't just remove someone like that. They have to agree to it. If they're sober enough to walk like that, there's nothing we can do.
I agree.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so
believe
it's like ACLU issue, I think, like personal freedom type.
Yeah.
You can't, and so that's the problem I'm seeing across the country. Is there is help? It looks like there isn't, but there is.
The problem. Listen, the problem is that there has to be a solution. Look, we don't know what happened with that man. He could have had a great upbringing, but maybe he got caught up. Maybe he broke his leg and got caught and was taking pain pills, and it happens all the time. I've seen actors, movie stars, sons and daughters come and get caught up because of an injury that they sustained while riding a bike up in the suburbs, and they wound up in the ghettos looking for heroin or looking for fentanyl to quell their pain. But that guy there, you know, it takes 17 times. You get refused 17 times. That's the average number before somebody wants to reach out for help. Somebody wants to accept the help.
Because when you're in the drugs, you're not thinking help.
You're not thinking
You can't
help.
see outside of them.
No, you're not thinking help. You're just thinking for the next fix.
Yeah.
You know, because, you know.
What's up, you guys? How's it going?
You know, addiction is a cruel taskmaster, brother.
So how many blocks are like this, buddy? Is this a massive area, or are we looking at a few blocks?
Yeah, no, you're looking at about a 2 mile in radius. 2 mile radius.
Oh, wow.
You know.
Okay. So what's with a house like this? Condemned because why?
Well, this wasn't condemned. This is like, I'll tell you what, this is
that's
like,
just protection.
Yeah.
No one's there, it looks like.
No one's here. This is nobody.
This one's condemned.
There you go. You need a chicken, Peter?
Got some chickens? And look at the architecture you have coming out of this. So when this was full-on manufacturing, people dressed well.
Oh.
People going
First
to church.
of all, Kensington Avenue was the main corridor of the city. Of Philly. Philly.
Come on.
I'm not even exaggerating. What
are the Phillyeites
I would say from Tioga Street all the way down to past Huntington Street. I mean, there was stores. Everyone was open. Everyone was open.
And watch where you step, huh?
Yeah. If you guys ever need us, we're Rock Ministries. Okay?
So is that part of your work, buddy? You get out in the streets, talk to people like that?
Yeah, we get out there all the time. Yeah. Oh, God, how you doing? Good to see you. We have a chaplain squad that's perfect for what we see here. Perfect. Now let's check on this guy. Now look at Miss. Hello. Hello. You okay? You okay? You're welcome.
So what's with the wire?
Well, he's making some money. He's making money.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Stripping copper wire.
So you sell the copper?
Yeah.
Okay. How much for a piece like that, do you think?
It's like, you get like $4.50 a pound.
Oh, that's a lot of stripping.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's better than stealing.
I agree.
Hey, my man. How you holding up, pal?
Hey, I'm
You doing all right, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah? Where you from?
Poconos.
Poconos?
Yeah.
What brings you to Kensington?
No, I've been up here for the last 15 years.
Yeah? If you need any help, you know where Rock Ministry is? Down the street? Yep, we're there for you, pal. Okay? We're there for you, man. All right? You're a young, healthy, good-looking young man.
So far.
No, you are. You still have, there's hope. There's hope in you, man. You just have to accept it.
Yeah.
You want to get help?
Not right this second.
No?
No.
But you know what's available?
Yeah.
In 10 minutes, we can have you in a bed. 10 minutes. Just remember the Rock. Okay. Right down the street. You know where we're at.
Yep.
Okay?
I remember.
All right, my man.
Thank you very much.
All right, pal.
Have a good day.
Take care.
You all right, pal? My man? You okay?
He's all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy, I've seen a lot in the world. I've been to Karachi, Pakistan. That's a pretty hard-hitting city. I've been to the hood there.
Yeah.
But I've never felt a roughness like this.
Yeah.
It's a different...
Who? Which one?
How you doing, boss?
He got a joint, pads and stuff like that. He got operated. They fucked him up now, man.
Does he want to go to the hospital? You don't want to go to the hospital? That's going to get infected, Miguel. This guy's intestines hang out. Literally, his intestines are hanging out.
Oh, man. He doesn't want help?
He don't want help. But his intestines are hanging out.
So the ambulance comes in for that, or what?
Yeah, they'll come in. Yeah, they come in. You call 911 in 4 minutes, you got them.
So these EMS workers must be so burnt out, huh?
Well,
doing this every day?
Every day. And this is nothing today.
What do you mean?
This is not, I mean, this is nothing. This is empty.
It's just a normal
it's
day.
Empty. No, this is empty today. Am I right, Kev? This is nothing.
It's nothing.
Yo, look, see? Now, this is America. We're in the United States of America. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And people just walk right by them.
Well, it's just
look at his head's come on. Hey, buddy. Yo. Come on, my man. Get up, okay? Please. Get yourself up. You need some help, my man?
I'm good, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
This is like a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, this is that Mexican place where the food is amazing in here. And listen, just think about this. This person came here and said, listen, I'm going to set up a business right here, right on the thick of things. You got to give them credit.
Yeah.
Right? That's why we want to put a bakery, Peter.
Should we eat there at the end today?
Yeah, let's do it.
So, buddy, how does this not bring you down? You seem like a pretty optimistic guy.
That's a great question. 20 years, never desensitized by what we see because I have Jesus.
This is your world.
Did you hear that, Peter?
Yeah, I heard you.
Make sure you get that.
This is your world every day.
Every day. But I see hope.
I love it.
I see hope, Peter. Can you imagine if you didn't live your life with hope?
You need hope. That's
down here. Whew. You smell that? You can't get that on the camera.
I'm doing a mouth breathing situation right now, guys. This is pretty hardcore. That's pungent. So there's downtown Philly, right up there,
downtown Philly. Listen, we are literally 2.5 miles from where the Declaration of Independence was signed. And look at what you have.
That's shameful.
Look what you have.
Look at the tracks down here.
Millions of needles, Peter.
Yeah, so you just would not let your family go on public transport here in Philly, or at least in this part of Philly, huh? Okay, if I had a daughter, I would not.
You wouldn't do it,
no,
yeah.
just
Yeah, likewise.
going through this scene.
Likewise. I would want to be there. Come on, Peter.
All right.
Oh, so now listen, that building right there, that's the youth factory with the gray roof. That's the oldest boxing venue in America. See, now that used to be a factory, and it was all burnt down for years, but they made 53 apartments in there, you know, low income and to help families, which is a good thing. There's another factory right there that they put all apartments in, which for low income, which is great.
It's great, but you need the jobs, buddy, right? For the purpose.
Oh yeah, you need the
purpose,
jobs. You need
right?
the jobs. Oh
you
yeah.
can give free housing, but if there's no
well, they got to earn it. You know what I mean? There's not. You just don't let them in. You got to earn it. You know.
So I want to make this clear to the audience that this is not all of Philadelphia, because the people will see this and be like, "Wow, Philadelphia's gone in the toilet," and there are great parts.
Yes. Oh.
Woo. Yeah, that's what's going on here. That's why.
That's why you don't touch that.
Yeah, don't touch anything around here.
See that church? When I was a little kid, I went up on the second floor. Me and a friend of mine. We took some of this altar boy suits out. We wore it. Me and a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And we were walking out. We were only like 11 years old, 10 years old, and we were pretending we were priests. Little did I know that one day that I would be a pastor. You know what I mean? So.
There we go. The Rock.
Look at the picture. Get a picture of that.
Who's this kid here?
I don't know. Wow, look at this. What a picture that is. Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing? How you holding up?
All right.
You okay?
Better.
Yeah?
Just tired.
You tired? Yeah? Who's this?
This is a lady. She walked down there.
And?
She made a watch, so I said she'll stay right here.
Where's, she just walked down there? Wait, is it your mom? Yeah? What is your name?
Caden.
Caden? Where did your mom go?
Just went into the grown-up store.
She went into the grown-up store? How long ago did she go?
2-3 minutes.
So she just left her here?
Yeah, I said I would watch you.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Is this your mom coming now?
Yeah, that's right. She don't want to take it.
Yeah. Is this your daughter, ma'am?
It is. I don't like to take her to the store.
You what?
I don't like to take her to the store.
Yeah. Yeah, but did you know, you didn't even know him?
No, I know him. We know each other.
Oh, she know,
Yeah,
oh, you
yeah.
know, okay.
Yeah, no, I would never do
Okay.
that. Yeah.
How old is your daughter?
She's going to be 6 next month.
Do you live around here?
I do.
You do?
Well, I live on Gerard, but I come here for cigarettes.
You've heard of the Rock Ministries?
I have. I
You
want to
have.
work for you.
You want to work for me?
Yeah. I heard that you do cleanups.
We do, but let me ask you something. We have an amazing program for your daughter. It would be
Really?
great for her to get over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need something for her to do.
Yeah, please,
Yes.
please.
We're from Boston. And
Oh, you're from Boston?
Yeah.
How long have you been here?
I went back and forth.
Okay.
I first came to Philly last year.
Right.
Ended up homeless in Jersey because the hotels were cheaper over there. My truck got stolen with my driver's license, birth certificate, social security cards. Just been trying to get that stuff back.
We can help you with all that. With all that. So if you go into our Chaplain building,
Okay.
like it's right on the, ask for the
I
Chaplain.
noticed you guys have like 3 different.
Yeah, we have quite, yeah. But if you go into the chat, we can help you.
All right, guys, a little behind the scenes making this video. It's a challenging one. The camera can't be pointed in some places. It'd be dangerous to do so. Buddy has been amazing in navigating that for us all. He obviously knows the hood pretty well, but there is definitely dangerous elements here, and I highly suggest nobody just coming down like this just to walk around. I mean, most of the people just have drug habits and, you know, need help. That's the story. But there are people running the drugs and running the crime, and those are the situations you need to stay clear of. And so we've done a good job of that so far today to show you the story. And I promise this is going to be a positive story, or at least positive elements. and we're about to get to that in a little bit, but he just wants to show us a few more places here, and then we're gonna see exactly what he's doing there and how it's helping the community. Okay, what's that story, buddy?
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I mean.
Want to hand off your taxes? Get more from your tax expert and spend less.
Nationwide immigration and customs enforcement raids and the president's promise of mass deportation are setting some New Yorkers on edge. We're talking about street vendors here. They're not showing up. They're afraid of being rounded up. News Nation's Elise.
So as ICE activity in New York heats up, many of the city's unlawful residents have stopped coming to work. And the fear of deportation is especially pervasive among those who work at food trucks. They're all alone, out on the streets, and now some are afraid they'll be quickly located and taken into custody. However, with ICE specifically looking for dangerous criminals, these raids probably won't shut down every food vendor in town, except for the ones who might have something to hide.
You can probably see some street vendors behind me, but if you go around the city, we're starting to see fewer and fewer of them as a result of these ICE raids that have happened here in the Big Apple and then more broadly in the tri-state area.
For the second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen.
So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid all of your fees by the time you cross, they will collect.
If something happens to me, what will happen to my kids? Where will my kids go?
Concerned about ICE, she asked us to conceal her identity. She arrived in this country with her family, starting work as a street vendor to make ends meet.
And so when you're in a restaurant in New York and, you and your friends are talking about, isn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, 2 jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working 2 jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them.
So President Trump will soon order New York City's estimated 400,000 illegal residents to register with the federal government. But what nobody's talking about is that this, along with increased ICE activity, is going to reveal the true nature of New York City's shadow economy in a way we've never seen before. And although food trucks and street vendors feel especially at risk for being deported due to the highly visible nature of their work, with ICE raiding local businesses like fish markets, food bazaars, and gang-occupied apartments, the idea of living illegally yet normally in what is America's largest sanctuary city no longer looks as possible as it once did. And critics are adamant that with hundreds of thousands of workers illegally employed at businesses all over town, these ICE raids could completely tank New York City's economy, costing even law-abiding residents their jobs and hurting neighborhoods. But proponents of these crackdowns say not only is ICE focused on dangerous people like gang members and criminals, any business breaking employment laws and underpaying its workforce in the name of profit isn't making the city a better place. Instead, they're exploiting people to undercut their competitors while propping up our city's growing criminal underworld, which is fueled by the gangs and human traffickers bringing people here in the first place. On top of that, any job given to someone illegally eliminates a job that a law-abiding resident would probably take in today's unpredictable economy. And that brings us to the real reason why whenever ICE raids a business, whether it's a warehouse or a food truck or a grocery store or even a corporate office, they're doing every law-abiding person in that place a favor. Because there's no way a legitimate business can compete with one that hires people off the books and underpays them. Plus, secretly employing federal fugitives with criminal records puts other employees unknowingly in danger. Obviously, this is a disaster, but those aren't the only ways illegal businesses destroy communities all over the city. Because as you're about to see, there's a criminal underworld lurking just beneath the surface of what look like legitimate businesses, and it's not going anywhere as long as there's money to be made. So, here we have a bunch of local food vendors, and these trucks, these are part of New York City. You've got some spots that have been on the streets for decades, making an honest living. And you can get pretty much everything at these places. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, bagels, chicken over rice. But apparently some of these businesses have been breaking the law in ways that don't make their communities or our city any safer, which explains why there are now reports of some of these food trucks vanishing.
Now, street vendors, as I noted and you noted, are particularly in a tough
tougher position. Almost all of them are immigrants, up to 96%. And because of a strict city cap on permits, many do not have the proper vending license, which means if they're caught selling without a license, they can actually receive a criminal.
So if you've got food vendors who are now disappearing or not coming to work because they're afraid of ICE, that obviously means that there is something up with their immigration status. But these might not just be people who are in the country illegally, they also might be preparing food in an illegal, unsafe manner. Which might not sound like a big deal until you consider what could be hiding under the surface of what looks like a quick bite. For example, people were caught illegally operating restaurant kitchens. Apparently the restaurant they were using was full of violations, it was unsanitary, and by selling this food all over town, they could be making people sick. But legitimate looking meals that actually make people sick is only part of the problem. The problem is many people working illegally at these unsafe operations might not even be doing it because they want to. And to a normal person passing by, these might look like well-meaning folks who are just here to make an honest buck as best they can. But if their employer's underpaying them, they're being exploited, and they also might be in the crosshairs of the very gang members and criminals ICE has come here to do something about.
Most Americans don't understand is that when they see this mass flow of people across the border, what they're looking at has been described to me as the largest form of modern slavery in the world. So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket.
Every movement, every note, and every story on this stage carries a deeper purpose. It's more than just a performance, it's a mission. That through dance and music, we bring our inner spiritual world to the physical world. A mission to bring the beauty of the divine to life on stage. We believe that all humans came from heaven, no matter your race, culture, or religion, and that we all desire to return home. Our journey begins with a simple meditation practice.
Or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid...
That is terrifying, and it's awful. And you know something? The defenders of illegal immigration and illegal employment never seem to bring up the fact that many of the people in these labor situations might be in a lot of trouble. Or they hear about some business employing laborers and they think to themselves they're doing a great thing. They're giving people hope and a future and a chance at the American dream, which they can't get anywhere else. And they look at this as if it's some sort of noble cause, but the truth is the exact opposite. Because many of the folks stuck in an illegal labor situation, they're there for a long time until they pay off massive debts to folks who wish to do them harm if they don't. And what that means is if ICE agents were to go to food trucks and raid them because they got a tip that high priority targets were operating them, running them, or trafficking people from these operations, they might actually be rescuing people who are in a modern form of indentured servitude. And don't think to yourself that because New York's a big city, people can come here and get away from these criminals. Oftentimes, these criminals are waiting for them in the very shelters that have been set up for new arrivals, revealing that many of the folks who come here and that New Yorkers perceive to be fleeing persecution and poverty are actually prisoners from the moment they enter our city.
There have been raids in nearby Newark, New Jersey at a wholesaler of fish there. And then we saw most recently a raid at the Bronx Terminal Market. That's a well-known food market in that borough. ICE snatching up not only undocumented workers who were on its list for having committed a crime, but those who were not on its list for having, not committing a crime in this country. In some cases,
you can really hear that mainstream narrative that being in the country illegally isn't in and of itself a crime. But even if you do think that, funding criminal organizations and sending money overseas to criminals, that's definitely a crime. And that's what these gangs are forcing people to do. And some shady New York City business that's hiring people off the books, they're part of two criminal operations. The criminal operation benefiting cartels and gang members, and the criminal operation of a business that exploits its own workers. Because no place that's hiring people off the books does it because they're trying to make the world a better place. Oh no, instead they're just trying to get a leg up on their competitors and make more money. It's being done in the name of profit, but it is cloaked in fake progressive compassion for vulnerable people who are actively being exploited. And if you've got people in New York that are either operating an illegal business themselves or are renting out some food truck to try and use it without a permit somewhere, all the money that they make, the best case scenario is that they get to keep it and it goes into their pocket, even though they've just operated an illegal business that could be hurting people and is against the law. But at worst case, all of the money they make, it goes to somebody that's threatened them and says that they know their family back in whichever country they're from and that is collateral to get them to pay up.
You know, you and your friends are talking about, isn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, 2 jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working 2 jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them. And now some of them are wearing wristbands which link to databases and computers, so the cartel is able to track.
Did you hear that? There's no escape because these cartels and gang members, they're watching people from the moment they cross the border to the moment they come to a sanctuary city like New York. And because of the asylum crisis, there are more people here than ever who don't have legal permission to be in the country. And with these gang members embedding themselves in the very facilities that house these people, they're surrounded by potential victims. And what most Americans are completely in the dark about is that our border policies, they didn't just help these criminals. Oh no, the digital app-based process for asylum seekers entering the country was actually co-opted by criminals who used it to figure out which people to victimize first. And although the idea of app-based digital entry sounds modern and sounds efficient, it was forced upon people waiting in the middle of the desert without access to food, water, or let alone technology and an internet connection. And this article describes how people entering the country would have to subject themselves to cartels and gang members in order to get phones and get online and schedule border appointments. And if you rent a phone from somebody in order to use it to schedule appointments to get into America, they can track it. They can track your whereabouts and communicate with you and constantly threaten you. It's like a digital ball and chain, revealing that there's a criminal cost to illegal immigration most people are totally unaware of, which starts before someone even enters the country. But frighteningly, the fact that you have a massive sanctuary city apparatus in this country where hundreds of thousands of people can illegally try to make a living off the books, that situation is continuing to empower these criminal organizations even now that the border is closed.
What are these things that we're doing right now that are really you need to stop? Just stop eating for a little while. Like some people haven't gone an entire 12 hours, their whole life not eating. Allow your body to go into recycle mode. And when you go a day 2, research shows out of UCLA, day 3, you activate your body's natural recycling system. It's called autophagy. And it's incredible. It puts you into recycling. So very good for fighting aging, fighting cancer, fighting disease.
The real reason why fasting makes a massive impact on your immunity is autophagy. This is one of the most incredible processes that our body does for cleaning up viruses, microbes, and things that are harming your immune system. I did a full video on it. I think it's a perfect next step for you. I think you're going to love autophagy as much as me. Check this video out.
Well, do you want to live a long but a healthy life? Well, what are you eating? Our guest is the author of Make Food Simple, Dr. Living Good.
I think if we started taking a few more conversations from the doctor's office to the doctor's kitchens, we can get some great remedies.
Food is medicine, isn't it?
It is, and so that's what makes you the solution. I believe instead of a lot of the doctors, a lot of the drugs, a lot of the things that a lot of us are doing, that we can be our own solution, and that's what we want to empower people to do.
What you have for breakfast has a huge impact on the number of calories that you burn. True or false? Massively true. So many Americans are putting themselves into sugar-burning, fat-storing mode first thing in the morning. Do you know the simple way to activate fat-burning mode from the get-go? To start the day by kickstarting the fat-burning system and optimizing health building and healing in the body with a simple choice for breakfast. Hey, I'm Dr. Living Good, and look, if you have spent any time reading about nutrition on the internet, it can feel like everybody has a different opinion on the best way to eat. One person claims that meat is the best protein source. Another says a plant-based diet is all you need. Some say carbs are good, others say they're the devil. You should eat a low-fat diet? No, a high-fat diet is the way to go. I mean,
So here's something that nobody's asking. If people are forced to cross the border and hand over all the money that they have to cartels, and then when they get to a place like New York, they've got to pay these people back, there's gang members watching them, how do they go about getting the initial merchandise that they sell on the street or sell at some street vending food operation? And how on earth do they earn the money to rent out one of these food trucks to begin with? That money's got to come from somewhere, and oftentimes that money is unfortunately obtained in a manner that nobody is going to enjoy learning about.
For the
the second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors along Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, Queens. Where officers were seen confiscating merchandise, ranging from clothes, jewelry, and power tools. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen. Mayor Adams addressed the issue.
So if you've got a person and they've got a little booth on the side of the street and they're selling hats or scarves or even food, whatever they're selling might not have been legally obtained in the first place. And multiple news outlets have reported that in some areas of town, you've got people selling stuff that was stolen straight off the shelf from a place like Home Depot. So you've got a situation bigger than people without permits selling things. You've got people who are stealing things and then illegally reselling them. And if you go to any grocery store in town, you'll see the security cameras. Sometimes you'll even see security guards. You've got food locked up because they get stolen. It can be cooked and it can be resold too. Revealing that for many people, the path to becoming an illegal street vendor means that you've got to do something illegal after you come into the country without permission. And what's so shocking about this is there's a good number of Americans that think that when they see somebody who's here working illegally, oh, they're just trying to make an honest buck and chase the American dream. But there's nothing American about committing all the crime that we're hearing about, especially when people in many cases are forced to do it because they are in the clutches of some of the worst gang members and criminals on our entire planet.
What does Oro mean?
I think it's their names.
A bunch of them say
yeah,
it.
they're all
wow.
marker. They're kind of like the ones in the valley where they were like pre-text or pre-message.
It's a cartel smuggling tactic that has only been used in the Rio Grande Valley until now. These bracelets can mean several things. These bracelets can be proof of payment. They can be a coordinated effort of different groups, where they came from, who they are they a family?
This is terrible, but it also reveals a strange symbiotic relationship between cartels and gang members and sanctuary cities. Both empower each other. The criminals couldn't make the money that they make without sanctuary cities existing because there'd be no place for tens of thousands of people to come and illegally work off debts that they owe to these criminals. And the people running and operating sanctuary cities think that the more people living in them illegally, the better. And to them, it gives them a purpose for existing because there's now a massive group of vulnerable people they can step in and protect from what they believe are immigration laws that do not have the best interest of humanity or America at heart. But because of these recent ICE crackdowns, there's a lot of fear among street vendors, apparently, who don't have licenses, and they're worried they could be deported because if they get caught breaking the law, now they're a criminal in America, and that's who ICE has said it's going after first. But instead of cooperating with ICE to turn over the gang members who are living in some of our asylum shelters, or the criminals who we constantly release from jail and won't turn over to federal custody when the government asks for them, our leaders have another plan that might just make this whole problem worse.
Street vendor reform package would expand access and protections for vendors in New York City, formalizing their stalls as small businesses and decreasing their risk of being detained or deported. Some Queens locals we spoke with condemn unlicensed vending as a public nuisance.
So the advocate crowd here wants the city to just issue more licenses, but now that we know that these licenses or these vending operations can be used by criminals, who do you think they're going to end up in the hands of? And what do you think is going to happen if somebody with a license is noticed by criminals? Do you think that person is going to be off the hook? And how does issuing more street vending license get rid of the problem of stolen goods being sold on the streets? It doesn't get rid of that problem at all. In fact, it's just going to make it harder to crack down on because now everyone's licensed. But there are also reports that in some parts of town, vendors are teaming up with each other against the authorities to warn each other and act as lookouts. That way, if officers show up to do their job and catch a potentially dangerous criminal, everyone's going to know about it, and the criminal will unfortunately now be harder to apprehend.
Those who have chosen to still work, they're reportedly setting up messaging groups, support groups, if you will, to give each other a heads up of when they see ICE in their community, Marky.
Yeah, and also apparently befriending other, store.
Now, obviously, if people are here and they're here illegally, of course they're going to be worried about ICE agents showing up. But look at what this has created. It's created a situation that just protects criminals because ICE, they're not here to arrest people who are in the country illegally but are otherwise law-abiding. And the border czars made it abundantly clear that terror watch list suspects, gang members, and dangerous individuals are who they're really after. But now you've got people acting as lookouts for one another. But the big question is, what do you think about people who are here and are working illegally? Are they really really chasing after the American dream, or instead, are they working as hard as they can just to survive because gang members and criminals are on the other end of every single thing they're doing? Would these issues even exist in New York if it didn't allow rampant lawlessness to persist across its streets in the first place? Does that help criminals? And is it a bad thing? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Chest, feet, and even down there. That's care everywhere, everywhere.
The reasons behind hate, stupid.
Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
The Trump administration is pulling the approval for congestion pricing, saying it is, quote, backward and unfair. Everyone should have access to the city, not just the elite.
So, New York subway is about to go through some changes because the city's money-generating taxation cameras will soon be shut off. But it's recently come out that even with these cameras charging cars over $1 billion a year, all that money wasn't going to be enough for the subway improvements promised by our leaders. But even though progressives are losing their minds over this, it might actually be a good thing for the subway, just not in the way most people think.
Learn how hell feels.
New Yorkers encounter this every day, going to work and school. Mentally ill people terrorizing others on the train, clearly in need of help. Recently, there have been high-profile cases of psychosis turning into violence.
President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years.
The MTA tonight asking for $68 billion to fund its capital plan for subway improvements. And the head of the agency is turning to lawmakers in Albany for help.
We need to make sure that the structures, the tunnels, the elevated structures don't fall down, fall apart. We need to make sure that the power systems, which blew up recently a couple of times in Brooklyn and Columbus Circle, are not left to rot.
They didn't feel safe riding the subways of New York City, and we had urged the governor to, instead of tolling people to try to force them onto the transit system, to instead make this city's transit system safe.
We'll roll out substantial additional improvements to our transit deployments to be even more responsive to the terrifying acts of random violence, because people don't feel safe in our subways.
So New York's hated driving taxes will soon be a thing of the past, marking another promise kept by President Trump. And although this will deprive New York of money that was supposed to fix the subway, nobody running this place wants to admit it was never gonna do any such thing. Which anyone with half a brain could probably figure out just by using it, as the subway in its current form already costs over $20 billion a year to operate, while it doubles as the site of an ongoing humanitarian homelessness crisis where many neglected New Yorkers live on a full-time basis. Because for some reason our leaders can't figure out how to use the billions they already get to fix this place while giving people somewhere else to stay. And look around, there are red flags everywhere that rewarding this place with more money is a terrible idea. Because every cent that comes down here gets wasted on progressive initiatives like spiked barriers that claim to stop people from jumping the turnstiles but don't, or on gates that are so accessible they make fare evasion effortless and are theoretically supposed to convince more law-abiding riders to use the subway because of how easy it is to get inside, where for just $3 you can put your life at risk while you take the train to work. Speaking of being at risk, NYPD studies show that the most likely person to assault or rob you while you're riding the subway is the person who didn't pay to ride it in the first place. Which brings us to the real reason President Trump's removal of New York's taxation cameras is a good thing. Not only did they disproportionately tax the poor, but now our leaders have to use the billions they've already got to make some changes around here, instead of stealing more of our money just to waste it. Something they've never had to do before, which is shocking because even though they constantly complain about how the infrastructure down here is hundreds of years old, the budget to run this place is $6 billion higher today than it was over 15 years ago. And still nothing down here has been fixed or improved like they promise. Every year they demand more of our money. And as you're about to see, while President Trump is keeping his promises, the subway we have today is the result of promises that were made and broken on purpose.
The Aer Lingus St. Patrick's Day sale is here. Enjoy
Book your ticket today.
Today we're going to talk about why Shen Yun is banned in China. My name is William Lee. I'm a principal dancer with Shen Yun, and let's talk about it. For thousands of years, the Chinese people have been very spiritual. And spirituality and faith is really the backbone of Chinese civilization. The Chinese people believed in the divine, and they always believed that they had to cultivate character and watched out for their morality and to constantly improve upon it. Now, everything changed in 1949 because that's when the Chinese Communist Party came into power in China. They viewed the spirituality and faith of ancient Chinese people as a threat to their ideology. The CCP didn't want the people to have their own faith and belief because they only wanted them to believe in the CCP, and they tried to instill Marxism in the people. Now, you might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with Shen Yun? And we're getting to it. In the 90s, a spiritual practice called Falun Gong or Falun Dafa became very popular in China. Millions of people were practicing. These people believe in the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and forbearance. This spiritual practice is rooted in the same traditional culture that the CCP was trying to destroy. That was a problem for the CCP. In 1999, the CCP
This right here is pretty alarming, and it could be a security risk. You've got what looks like a whole bunch of equipment back here behind a door which is not even locked. It is just flapping in the breeze. And the entire subway system is run in a manner that makes it look like nobody cares what happens down here. And we wonder why it doesn't run properly. We wonder why people are stealing subway trains and taking them on joyrides. It's because this entire place is the combination of decades of promises that were made and never kept after the people of New York paid for them. They actually arrested 2 of the teenagers that stole a train the other week. But even though our leaders are always scheming and coming up with new plans to get more of our money to waste, the latest way they were going to do it was so bad and so unfair that the president decided to get involved and cancel it, which might actually be the best thing to happen to the subway.
He, as a New Yorker, understands how damaging this program is to our city's economy. This was an unfair toll, particularly considering the residents that I represent. This was a double toll that they were facing to go into the city in which...
So this plan was supposed to generate $1 billion a year by taxing cars to then pay for improvements down here in the subway. Improvements to infrastructure, improvements to train reliability, and other things we've been promised time and time again but have yet to see down here. Yet none of this money was going to go into keeping riders safe. And when you look at the improvements we've already got, like escalators that don't seem to work, it's hard to see how giving this place any more would accomplish anything. And although somehow the money we spend on fixing the subway never seems to make it down here, this time things were supposed to be different. Specifically, 80% of the money from these billion-dollar cameras was supposed to make its way into the subway and change our lives. And you know, 80%, that's way better than the 0% that makes it down here today. But it gets even better because according to the MTA, who runs the subway, taxing cars was also supposed to pay for updated signals that would improve service reliability, reduce delays, and lead to service increases in the future. Which is pretty strange because that's something New Yorkers have heard before. In fact, you can see the MTA's webpage has been promising these since way back in 2009 when they first started installing them. We've been promised signal improvements and accessibility improvements for years, and it's never happened. And the city has so little respect for its residents that it's not even trying to keep it a secret.
People know that the system is old, but I don't think they realize just how old it is. They see the beautiful old architecture in the stations and they think it's just historic. What our riders don't realize, though, is that in our system, it's not just the architecture that's 100 years old. It's a lot of the basic technology as well. The infrastructure.
So this promo was filmed back in 2015, and as you can see, our leaders have been using the age of this place to shake us down for more money for a long time. They always talk about how old it is and how we finally need to do something about it, but then when people finally pay for it, it never happens. And the never-ending promise of more infrastructure and less delays and a better subway is turned into a never-ending never-ending grift, which our leaders keep coming back to every time their piggy bank is empty, constantly telling us how this place is old and falling apart, while reminding us that public transit investments are an investment in the futures of every single New Yorker.
However, the money set to be raised is not expected to be enough to fully fund the MTA's improvements and expansions. Lieber maintains the money the MTA is asking for is part of a good investment.
I think it's time to retire the old talking points about how the MTA doesn't manage money. This is a new MTA, and we're all about it.
Whoa, did we just hear of more promises of a better subway tomorrow if we would only pay for it today? Unbelievable. There's no way anybody should be expected to believe that, because all around us are the signs of a city agency that doesn't know what to do with the money it's already got. And what's crazy is while our leaders keep complaining about how old this is and how it needs new signals, they keep spending all of their money on stuff like this LCD panel right here to tell us how late the trains are. It's almost like we've got this existential problem, which is how terrible the service is, and our leaders always promise to fix it and then use the money that was supposed to fix it on other things. Which means that the New York City subway is a lot like your broke friend who keeps saying that he just needs a few extra bucks this one last time to get his life together, to clean himself up, to turn it all around, and then you give him the money, and what does he do with it? He doesn't get his life together or fix anything. And the next time you see him, he comes back and he says, "Hey man, you got an extra couple bucks? I could really use it. It's the last time, I promise." And the worst thing about all of this is that our friend, the subway, is continuing to spiral downwards out of control because they're losing more money every single year on the one thing that is supposed to keep this place going, which would be fare evasion. It costs them $800 million a year, just $200 million less than the billion-dollar congestion pricing plan that the president just canceled. And by taxing cars, they were going to offset their losses from people who ride the trains for free, revealing a darker side to this whole plan and giving us another reason to all be glad that it's gone. Most people don't know this, but if you're seriously hurt, that accident could be worth millions of dollars. And if you're injured in any way, you need to know how to protect your rights. Which is why you might want to know about today's video sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, who doesn't just settle for lowball offers. In fact, over the last few months, they've seen record judgments like a $12 million judgment in the state of Florida that was 34 times higher than whatever insurance was offering. Add to that $26 million judgments and $6.8 million judgments in Philly and New York, and it should be pretty clear that Morgan & Morgan is not your typical law firm because they win a lot. Plus, it takes just minutes to see if you've got a case, and you can do it all from your phone. Step 1, submit your claim online. Step 2, Morgan & Morgan's experts get to work investigating. And step number 3, Morgan & Morgan only gets paid if you win, which is what you want. And they can do this because they've got over 100 nationwide offices and over 1,000 local lawyers who are ready to fight to get you the best results possible. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by following this link right here, which will also be in the description of this video. And remember, there's no fee unless they win. Once again, thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
Janet! When's the last time you had a vegetable?
Tuesday month.
Damn it, Janet! Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies.
So the worst thing about the New York City subway is that its problems are glaringly obvious, and the solutions to those problems, as you're about to see, are also glaringly obvious. But in order to understand why they will never be implemented, you've got to realize that the people running this place never have to do anything. They can just keep asking for more money and they get it every single time, which is why our leaders have no plans to collect the money this place needs from the very people using it.
And this is proof of this. Check out this video that we got earlier today. In the span of about 10 minutes, with our big clunky cameras looking on, one person after the next jumped or crawled underneath the arm of the turnstile. They were completely
undeterred.
So this is the first way that you start fixing the subways. You get the people who ride it to pay for it. And we've actually got a way to do that right here. But because it works, we won't use it. And that would be these rotating gates. You could install these everywhere. They're decades old and they'd fix your fare evasion problems immediately. But not only are our leaders uninterested in doing what we already know works, we've got other problems. Like, you see this gap right here? Look at this. This fits a human hand. I've seen people reach through this and open this entry gate right here to get in for free without paying or having a stranger open it up for them. And once you realize that the last thing on anyone's mind is collecting fares from people who ride the subway, every other problem this place has will start to make sense as well. Especially the crime problem we've got going on down here, which one study says are overwhelmingly connected to people not paying to use the train. What a surprise. Who would have ever imagined that the criminal underworld, if you let it commit minor crime, will then go on to commit more serious crimes? And here we are trying to convince people that the subway is always a good investment and that it should be respected and that it's necessary. Yet our leaders don't treat it that way at all. They don't think it's a good investment. They don't even care if it works properly, which is explained by the nonstop delays and the fact that we've never gotten the new signals we keep being told are just around the corner. And since our city has no intention of passing laws that would jail fare evaders, people are just going to keep coming down here and using the trains for free, revealing that the money needed to run this place is never going to come from the customer base, something that would tank any privately run business. But that reveals another problem. As much as the subway is a dangerous nightmare of a contraption that nobody wants to spend any time in, the visible problems this place has and the fact that it's always running out of money aren't necessarily its fault. Instead, the problems down here can directly be traced back to an unwillingness on behalf of our city officials to lock up criminals. And sadly, as you're about to realize, just as getting the subway to run properly isn't on anyone's agenda, neither is locking up the folks who are ruining it for everybody.
Those crescent-shaped turnstiles are over there. They add about 4 to 6 inches of height to the turnstile. Would that deter you from jumping over?
No, not at all. I mean, I wouldn't jump over, but I don't see that as being a deterrent.
So this is embarrassing. Here we are wondering why our subway system has a crime problem and wondering why it has a money problem. Both of these are connected. But instead of using the tools we already have to fix both of these issues, we're spending money to make them both worse. Just look at these spikes right here. These things were expensive to install, and they're part of a pilot program that should help our city figure out if they're a way to stop fare evasion. Yet not only do they not work to stop people who might want to jump over the turnstile or crawl under it, the only way you could justify installing something like this would be if it's not supposed to do the thing you're saying it does. Stuff like this isn't put here to get people to pay to ride the train. It was put here so that somebody could get paid to put it in, revealing that the New York City subway isn't just used as a way to extract money from New Yorkers, it's also used as a way to enrich whatever favored contractor was chosen to install these things. And this is honestly disgusting. We're told that the subway is very important, that our city relies on it, and that investing in it is investing in New York, yet all the money that comes from it is taken for nefarious purposes that don't benefit the people or the subway itself. But as you're about to see, the foolish decision-making behind things like these turnstile contraptions is also the reason we have the congestion cameras in the first place. Because not only do they exist to solve problems that are entirely self-inflicted, millions of dollars were needlessly wasted while these problems were created.
And let's also look at some of the changes that our government made that made it miserable to drive in New York City. The bike lanes, taking away all sorts of lanes, parking spots to accommodate bicycles.
So contrary to what progressives who are in favor of congestion pricing will tell you, is that the number one cause of congestion itself isn't cars or buses or even traffic. No. It is smaller roads. This right here is a pedestrian walkway, which just a couple of years ago didn't exist. Cars can't drive down here, nor are cars allowed to drive down the bike lane. This also wasn't here a few years ago. This clear lane here here is only for taxis. That's off limits. And look at this. You've got 3 lanes. Here's some old Google Maps imagery. You can see there used to be 4 lanes here instead of 3. And if you make your roads 25% smaller, of course, traffic is going to go way up. That's the problem. That's why we've got gridlock and traffic. We shrunk the roads. All of this empty space you see behind me created our traffic congestion problems and gave our politicians an excuse to go after those problems with a new solution, which just involved raising taxes on people. All to fix problems that were deliberately created without anyone thinking about the consequences. When the real solutions people should be focused on are right in front of us. What do you think about that? Are the problems New York City's got in its subway logical and preventable? Could you solve them by collecting money from the people who use the subway and sending people to jail? Or are they a mystery? Is there something I'm missing here? Let me know. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
Yeah, school's good. Well, my roommate is Brian Cox. Ouch. You know, I think he's just here for the access to Uber One for students.
My name is Brian. My interests are food and saving money on food.
Oh, Mr. Cox.
Not you, him.
He really loves those discounts on smoothies and on rides.
I didn't know Uber had senior discounts.
I'm a freshman.
But he's really
This is pretty much your town, right?
Yeah, this is pretty much it. There's 25 of us in a 5 square mile radius, and there's nobody else for 30 miles in each direction.
There's your customer right there.
This is our gas station when I moved out here. Look at this. To live out here, you gotta have a lot of intuition and ingenuity.
Are you the fire department?
I'm a fireman, a cop, I'm the army, I'm the civil engineer. This is what powers the whole place.
State of Jefferson.
We're like our own area up here.
What are you mining for, gold?
People say move to the country, live the simple life. I moved to town, move the simple life, man. This is not simple life out here.
Many people overshoot these turns?
Oh yeah, there'll be some cars coming up here on the right-hand side.
Oh, no way.
We'll grow a few thousand pounds of onions, a few thousand pounds of potatoes. We're like a magnet and a gravitational pull for outlaws out here. You call me a hippie or a redneck?
You act hippie, but you're redneck. Oh, this swimming hole is perfect.
This is the living room right here. Don't get any better than this.
You know the guy I'm meeting. He's a character?
Yeah.
You're in the video, is that cool?
Oh no.
Take care.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, you too.
Enjoy that one.
All right, guys, here we are in beautiful Etna, California. Very remote part of the state, but today's video is about getting out, way out into the countryside to meet a man that owns his own town. And also, from what I've been told, lives on his own terms, that's for sure, and has very interesting stories. Let's do this.
Once you come down to this camp, man, this is the, honor bar right here. Here's all the good drinks, not drinks, leave your money in the box.
Okay. Whoever's coming by?
Yeah, I don't do inventory. If I did inventory though, which I have, there's more money in the box than should be in the box.
Has this ever been stolen?
One time only, someone took the whole box, but I think it's because there's a lot of change. And I don't really take the change out. I haven't taken this out in a week. I think they just took the change. I think it was some kids, There'll be like $300-400 sometimes when I come back in here.
Oh, that is cool.
And if you're gonna take something like a $3 drink, $4 drink, have at it, man. I mean, you're not coming out here to the Salmon River, 30 miles to Cecilville to take a $3 drink,
There's your customer right there.
Yeah, this is our wintertime scene. We set up a wintertime clothes scene. My thing is take care of your belongings, take care of the things you worked hard for, and everything has to be super nice and clean and smooth. When you come up to a bar somewhere, you don't want to have someone else's miseries or sweat or sorrow on it. You want super nice and clean.
I've never seen a bar so clean.
Yeah, and this is
new.
This is 12 years old, this building, this bar. Everything here was a community effort. The whole entire building, we built this building. The trim and everything was milled off the forest out here, and then all the rocks was all from a river bar here. And the nearest power outlet's 30 miles away, so all of this is solar. And so the whole roof, there's 56 panels on it, and there's a massive power system, and Bob did that. He's another neighbor. Mark and Tim and Don, they'd rake the cement. You know, we did a lot of cement work and did all the rock work, and everyone like helped each other out. But someone had a set skill, we followed that person. You know. So my other neighbor shot this bear here. Her name is Rita. We called her Jaja because she'd be in the wilderness. You know, she was always done up, and she was pistol packing Rita, wearing a leather jacket, velvet pants, silk shirt, hair's all done, lipstick, and she's out hunting in the wilderness. You know, and she got two 44s on her hip. And she shot this bear. This is probably 1970s. And then this is the Forks of Salmon school picture from my wife, I believe.
Your wife's from here, right?
My wife's born and raised out here, yeah, Allegra. She's awesome. She's a total mountain woman, born and raised on the commune from the hippies who kind of started the commune. I call her a purebred hippie. It's an hour and a half up the road.
From here?
From here, in dirt. Here's Cecil right here. And then Etna's over here.
That's where I started today.
Callahan and Etna, yep. And then this is the Marble Mountain Wilderness, and this is the Trinity Alps Wilderness, and this is the Russian Wilderness. And so here we are. We're right in the middle of the Marble Russian Trinity Alps Wilderness. There's about 100 of us maybe in this whole area right here in the Salmon River watershed, which is surrounded by that.
So one of the least populated areas in the whole country.
Oh yeah, one of the, and it's one of the major dark spots too in the whole country. So then over here is Arcata. It's about 3 hours away. Reading's about 3 hours away, and Medford's about 3 hours away. Well, there's only one way here, Forks of Salmon, and then one way out of here, Cecilville.
Switch to our most affordable unlimited phone plan and get 2 lines for just $80 per month with Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless. Stay connected.
So, Monk, you're actually bringing this all here, or there's ice delivery? What's going on?
No, man, we make everything here. Everything's self-sufficient out here. It's solar-powered ice. Basically, this ice machine makes 1,800 pounds in a 24-hour cycle. It's solar-powered, and then we have a well that's a county-approved drinking water well, and so this is...
Water's got to be great out here.
Yeah, and it's all off the power system, you know. Then we bag it up and...
Do you have your battery packs here for all your solar?
Yeah, you want to check out the system?
Yeah, I'm 100%. Curious. Because a lot of people have solar and it goes back into the grid, and you can't do that here.
No, this is
you
straight up.
You need to store everything.
Yeah, this is straight up battery bank system.
So true self-sufficiency.
Yeah, we've had this system for 12 years, you know. Come in here, check this out. So it's nothing special. Like this, basically a Connex box that we lined and insulated with plywood, and then put a gypsum board down on the ground, neutralize it, acid base here for when we're filling it. But these batteries are 3,100 amp hours each. This is what powers the whole place. You know, all the refrigeration, concert stage, the ice makers, the gas, everything, the whole place. Just this property and area, the well, everything. I'll show you the other side here. Here, this is the inverter room, basically. Bob and a few of us set this up. These are 8,000 watt radian Outback inverters. So each one of these 8,000 and we're wired in a series for 24,000 inverted watts.
You hunt a lot?
No, not really. Mountains of squirrels, random, you know, pests, and then protection, mountain lions. If I haven't been to a property in like a couple months, you know, definitely it's gone back to like the animals, you know, like it's their home. Like you're in the wilderness here, so like it's the mountain lions, the bears, it's the bobcats, it's the lynx, it's like all those people's homes. I don't cap them, I won't shoot one of those unless it's like coming at me or if it's like not moving. Like my neighbor a month ago had a mountain lion stalking him on the road. He was walking down the 2-lane here and the dog made a noise, turned around, there was a big mountain lion like 50 feet behind him, and then he turned around and crouched down and he went like this and the mountain lion crouched more and he was like, get him, and a bunch of the dogs that are up the hill came down and chased the thing and he just bounced away. They're so fast. But yeah, I've had mountain lion issues in the past, future, present. I put this gas station in, and right now we're not credit card swipe. The horses keep eating the sign off of this. I got to get a metal sign because horses like cardboard and they like paper.
$6.
Yeah. Why, you want to give me 7? I'll take 7. I got to raise it, man. Yeah, I got to raise it. It's like $5.79 in town.
Yeah, right.
It's crazy, dude. But Oregon, across the board, it's like $3.79.
Are you the fire department?
Yeah, we're the fire department as well. I got 14 high-pressure pumps and miles of hoses and all the wires. So if there's a fire, we don't evacuate. We actually set up and go in there, and we'll set up a wet line around your property and take everything out in a Hallmark trailer and put it in a safe zone, which is my field up here. And then we'll do basically structure protection on the outside, and we'll create a wet zone and save your property. We probably saved a dozen houses or more up here in properties. You think you're gonna die, like you're gonna, like, you know, you're in a active fire situation. But we have safe zones. Like we had a mine shaft one time that was 100 and something feet deep, and we have food for a week in there, clothes, everything. And then another time we had a tank. Basically our equipment, I keep all the equipment down here and basic needs for building, trailers, goods. Started locking stuff up in other ways for keep it warm. I'll show you this one container. It's kind of our, you know, kind of what we have to have out here in order to be, you know, sufficient and be able to get stuff done, you know, living so remotely.
Right, so if everything is society completely shut off.
That'd be fine.
For how long?
Oh, it'd be a long time, years. I can do it. I've lived that whole primitive lifestyle, but now it's like, what for? It's like, man, outhouse is cool, but like, you know, I don't really, you know, use the outhouse anymore. I have an outhouse and I keep it real and I don't mind it, but like, well, I just be out here forever. I've already proven that to myself and to my family and to all of us, you know, all of us out here pretty much can be. We hunt, grow our own food, you know. So this is basically my plumbing shed store, not really store, neighbors use it. Basically you have to have like one of each of fittings, all the plumbing, all the wires, spools of wires, just everything. You don't want to go to town for one thing, and it's like you have so many different ranches and properties out here and doing a whole town project, and the neighbors, you know, I have extra outback power, charge controllers, valves, water heaters, just panels, everything. Just, you know, the other containers full of electrical.
I've done a fair amount of homesteading, sort of live off the grid videos.
Best 200-word essay in 10 minutes will win $200. I think I'll win.
No, I'm gonna win.
They're both writing about the impacts of AI, and I'm betting on Thomas because he's actually using Grammarly's AI tools, while Cassidy isn't.
So researching things can be a little hard.
Grammarly is a real-time thought partner that helps you brainstorm initial topics and gives feedback on your work to help you get good grades with confidence. When you need to cite sources, Grammarly generates free auto citations instantly with no need to leave your webpage or type them in manually.
This is so good.
This is not gonna happen.
Time's up. Stop typing.
Okay, I don't think you want to see this. There's a lot of errors.
All right, up to mine. I think Thomas won. Sign up for Grammarly for free today.
But I've never seen a setup like this. I mean, like you basically have a store in there for whatever you need.
Yeah, this is just for me, my properties, and then my neighbors and Pete and Bob, like our people we groove with, you know, people are into it, you know. Yeah, pretty much everyone, you know, not everyone gets along out here, but like something happens, we all get together and people help each other out.
So whatever internal conflict there is, if there's a fire coming, that all goes away, right?
Yeah, that shit all goes away. So then here's like, you know, this Jimmy Johnson out in Fort Jones, he got a lot of this lumber, the trees up here, and then milled them up for us. So these are all ready to go, and this is what my house is kind of made of. And then here's, you know, more stacked and stickered, you know, cedar and different trim wood. Then we have plywood and con, you know, and just units of materials. This is all a rail car. You're out here. You saw that road you came out.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice
that. It's a rail car, bro.
There we go. How'd you get this out here?
I didn't. This was on this property.
So who lived here before?
You know, before it was this guy and his wife for like a couple of years. And then before that, it used to be the old town of Cecilville. And then they mined it, and they got a few thousand ounces out of the ground here. And then when I moved out here in 1996, they were still mining this flat here. And they got a few thousand ounces out in the 90s. Of gold, yeah.
Are there any old buildings still out here?
Yeah, there's some old buildings I'll take you to. I got a hand-hewn log cabin from the 1800s on a historic pioneer ranch that was pioneered in the 1800s when the first people came over. You just have to go around this. Right. So you asked me how long we could last out here? Come here. That's how long we could last out here if we had to last out here. You know, we could last a long time out here, brother. Look at this stuff right here. Dude, this is 1930s Ward LaFrance. It's like before America LaFrance. And look at the hand crank in the front too, if you want to start it up, dude. This thing is awesome. This is our fire.
How cool the style.
This is our fire truck when I moved out here, man. This is our gas station when I moved out here. Look at this. On the back of it, there's a pump that was welded to the back of it. And so the fuel truck would come over from the valley and fill this truck up, and then we'd all pull up to the back of this truck, and there's a pump on here, and we just and get our fuel, man.
This is cool, Monk.
This whole garden area will grow a few thousand pounds of onions, a few thousand pounds of potatoes. We'll do corn. We'll do all the winter squash. And that's like our root crop garden, because a lot of us in our homesteads, we don't have enough space in our gardens to grow root crops like for storage. And so we do a storage over here, and we'll take turns watering it, and then the community will just eat out of it. Whoever had it, eat out of it, or compost it.
And you just pull water from the river right there, right?
Scale. Yeah, water from the river. This is all riverfront property. The whole thing is riverfront. It's about 30 acres here.
Is there a rancher here, or that's you guys?
That's us. This is us right here. Most of this is us. Like there's probably 6-8 parcels that aren't us out here. 20 years ago, I was like, places were getting for sale, people were getting old, and I was like, man, I got to keep out tourists, recreationalists, and second homeowners out of here. Because once those people buy a piece of property out here where there is no private property, it takes away our community and it kills our community. Property becomes a second homeowner property. They're here 2 weeks a year. So what I did was I bought the properties.
You bought everything.
Who were the only 2 heroes that were able to solo kill invincible variants? Most of the variants that arrived on Earth were engaged upon by multiple heroes or even entire superhero teams, and some of them still lost. So who was possibly strong enough to take a one-on-one battle with a variant and come out on top? The first hero is Tech Jacket, who takes on Viltrumite Mark in space, and their fight lasts an entire 2 days, ending with every one of the variant's fingers broken. The only other hero is Powerplex, who is seen laughing maniacally, having fried a variant that likely wasn't aware of his powers. Even Invincible himself wasn't able to solo any variant, although you could argue he could have finished off Mohawk Mark after he knocked him out. Who were the only 2 heroes that were able to solo kill invincible variants? Most of the variants that arrived on Earth were engaged upon by multiple heroes or even entire superhero teams, and some of them still lost. So who was possibly strong enough to take a one-on-one battle with a variant and come out on top? The first hero is Tech Jacket, who takes on Viltrumite Mark in space, and their fight lasts.
So I was on my way.
Zero math skills needed. File your Fed and state returns free with TurboTax. Pay $0 to file. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. Click for eligibility.
Want zero transfer fees and great rates to Jamaica? Send your first online money transfer with MoneyGram, the fast and easy way to send money.
She made headlines as the twerking flight attendant who lost her job after this video went viral. Now she's speaking out in an interview with our Amber Cogliano.
She's the flight attendant whose twerking cost her dream job.
I didn't think that.
Yeah, you didn't think. No, you didn't. No, my girl, you are in the plane. Hold on, before you. Oh no! Let it play. Let it play just a little. I have all the information. I know. Just let the audience get the information. They may not have all of it. The picture was giving the information. I agree. She's in the plane. I agree. She is in her fucking suit. Company time. Yes, Daddy. The only thing that you could do on company time is poop. I get you, bitch. Let's just let it play, and then we go back to this. All right? What the fuck is this? I'm just saying, girl. Let's go.
I didn't think that, being so happy can turn into something like this.
Nell Diallo was having a great time dancing and twerking in the aisle on an empty plane before an early morning flight.
I decided to just take advantage of the moment to wake myself up and kind of get myself hyped up for my day, basically.
Listen, then do that. That is the best PR spin I've ever seen for attention whoring. Just say you want to get views on TikTok and you want to use the plane as a backdrop. Okay? You could have just said that.
She posted the video on TikTok along with the caption, "What's wrong with a little twerk before work?"
Video went viral.
You know now. Everything. Yeah. What's wrong with your uniform? Your location. See, if you would have done that in the bathroom of the hotel, nobody would have cared. But anyways.
But after the video went viral, she says Alaska Airlines fired her.
What did they say to you?
They just said that I broke their social media policy.
Nell had only been on the job for 6 months. She says she was twerking to celebrate the end of her probationary period.
Why did you decide to post?
Congratulations. You're off probation. Bitch, you fired. That's one way to get off probation. No, they know. Yeah, listen. They know. You know what this is like? This is like when someone's like a criminal and then they get put on probation And then they're basically told their probation mandates that they, not flash any guns. And they're like, to celebrate the fact that I'm ending my probation in 2 days, pew, pew, pew. You're going to jail, stupid. Your parole officer's going to see that shit and bitch, you going to jail. Stop that stuff. So you can't comment while they don't have all the information, but I can. You know what? My apologies. Cool. Yo, you was in a whole ass suit in the plane while you was working. This is cited black on white in your instructions. Like, I don't even know what the hell you was thinking. Your twerking habit. Like, how are you surprised? How are you surprised that this shit happened? To me, nothing happened. Yes, you were supposed to get fired, my girl. You were supposed. Yo, I remember when I was in the Air Force Cadets, we were in the uniforms. Hey, if you gotta smoke, because some of us were smokers, you're not seen. Especially not in your uniform. Smoking. You're a kid, under 18.
You gotta hear about the Simply Unlimited plan from Google Fi Wireless. It's only $80 a month for 2 lines. If you're in the US, Mexico, or Canada, you can text, call, and use your data as much as you want. It comes with high-speed hotspot tethering, so you can connect and use data on your laptop or tablet. Super nice for getting out of the house and getting some work done at a cafe. And if you're ever worried about connecting to an unsecure network, like at an airport or a coffee shop, your plan has VPN included. If you haven't already, you should check out the unlimited plans from Google Fi Wireless. You can sign up right here. Okay, bye.
Don't trust who's knocking at your door. Caught on Ring doorbell. This is a suggestion via a channel member. Let's go ahead and jump into this immediately, guys. All right.
Houston, Texas. This dude straight up swiped a jacket while the homeowner watched it happen.
Jacket down. What's wrong with you? Put my jacket down, hoe.
Let's see how that played out.
Put my jacket down, bitch. Hey. Put my motherfucking jacket down.
Right.
What you doing in my house? I'm gonna let my dog out of your. Let me call my sister. Hold on. Bro, get away from my house, bro.
Hey, you can help me out with some clothes?
I don't have nothing right now, bro. Don't just come on my porch like that grabbing, man. I'm down the street from my house. Don't.
Yeah, man,
don't do that. That's my work jacket, bro.
All right, so here's the thing about that one, the last one here, guys. I mean, whoa, okay? I mean, a little bit of compassion, but not in this context, right? Like, if you'd have knocked on my door and asked me, like, hey, bro, I have nothing to wear. Do you have anything extra that you want to get rid of? I would have probably been like, yeah, no problem. But if you walk onto my steps, okay, and you're tripping off all of my cameras, because I have a lot of cameras, okay, I would have seen you as you were driving down the street. But either way, and then you walked up, to my porch, let's say, and proceeded to take my items. No, you have to go now, bro. Like, I don't even care what you're asking for now, right? You could have just knocked and said, hey, listen, this is the situation. I probably will most likely help you.
Colton, California. If you or someone you love lives alone, this is a must-watch. An elderly woman was peacefully sitting on her porch when one lady distracted her with small talk, while another snuck inside. Luckily, her daughter saw it all on the doorbell cam. Let's watch and learn how to stay one step ahead.
How do they sneak inside? Where are they at? Wow. Oh my God. Jail. Jail immediately. Send them all to jail. Nah, bro, this one is crazy.
Excuse me.
Hey, get out of there.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
Somebody went in the house. Get out. Get out now.
We've already called the cops. They're on their way.
Oh my God. Look at this. Just left it. Oh my gosh. Hey, get out now. The cops are on their way.
Nah, bro, this is crazy. We're very sorry. Did they say we're very sorry?
Let's see, there was 3 of them. Where are they? Did they go in the house?
Yeah, they went in the house. Like, just wonder how many times they have actually done those things, guys. It's sickening. What's going on here? Okay.
St. Paul, Minnesota.
I mean, that could probably happen all day long, guys.
Around midnight, this intoxicated woman approached a house, then later wandered off and sat in an unknown car. Late night walks like this? Not a great idea. Stay safe out there.
Late night walk?
We can't answer the door right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Hey, bro, I think you got the wrong house. A little underdressed for the weather, I might say.
Did you always want to be in this line of work?
I always wanted to be famous.
This could be the defining role of your career.
It's time to pay for your sins.
Grammarly is a must-have for all students. For example, when I'm writing emails to professors or any other writing tasks such as essays and discussions.
Sierra Vista, Arizona. Check out this lady.
Okay. One second, guys.
Check out this lady.
All right, so it's almost midnight. Look at her eyes. She's gone, guys. And I don't mean like maybe off of some type of narcotic. I mean like completely gone mentally is what it seems.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Merry Christmas!
Is it Christmas?
Can I help you?
Yeah, I got 7. Are you ready for a puppy? Merry Christmas!
I don't think I know you.
I don't care. I'm leaving the puppy here, so you better come grab it.
No, I don't think so.
Oh my God, there's no one who wants a puppy. What the hell?
Nah, she's
I don't
done.
have kids, but I'm sure you have a niece or something, no?
She's cooked.
I don't know who you are, and you need to go on. It's almost midnight.
Right.
Whatever, be a Grinch. I'm just saying. The puppy's in
Okay. Yeah, like I don't even think that was even like I don't even care, bro. It's gonna be completely okay. So it's after Christmas. Maybe this woman got a dog, and maybe she lives on the street, and she was just trying to ask if someone wanted a dog because someone gave him a dog. Right? That could be it. But the point is here, you could have waited for the daytime at least, where people are more likely to feel a little bit more comfortable opening the door. But instead, you did not. This tells me you are absolutely psychotic. You are social.
Chicago, Illinois. This mail thief is making rounds, snatching envelopes like it's a full-time job. And just look at that stash. She's been busy.
5:44 a.m.
Rosedale, New York.
Can I help you?
This guy's got a story, but is it real or just another scam? Watch and decide for yourself.
Is this the Duper residence?
Correct.
Are you guys home?
What do you need? Who are you looking for?
So, my name is Mo. I'm here with Sunra on behalf of New York State. We're helping homeowners in the area get their federal incentive. I'm just trying to see, have you gotten yours yet?
Okay, hear me out. So he could actually like have something wrong with him mentally, which can cause like this type of slurred speech. But I still don't trust anyone, bro. I'm sorry. I just have trust issues, I guess. Or he just could be incredibly intoxicated.
No, thank you. I'm not interested. Thank you so much, though.
We're not selling anything. We're just helping homeowners save thousands of dollars by getting a federal incentive.
Okay.
We're a public entity that helps homeowners get their incentives and lower their property taxes, increase their home equity.
That's the eyes, bro.
And put some money back in your pocket.
What's the name of the company again?
Huh? Sunrun.
The name of the company?
Sunrun, miss.
The name of the company?
Yeah, Sunrun.
Okay, no problem. If needed, I'll speak to my husband and we'll
never mind.
We'll reach out if needed. Thank you so much.
Completely cool.
All right, I'll come back if anything.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No need to call back. I'll just see if my husband is interested.
Okay, because we could give you the no cost.
Hey guys, what you're encountering right now is the infrared on the front of basically every iPhone. It just is always taking photos of your face. It's always looking for your face. Keep that in mind.
Option? So you save thousands and you don't have to take out a loan or anything. Whereas online, you might have to. We can give you that promotion.
Okay. Who's that parked in?
Okay, no problem.
In the street,
I'll reach
bro.
out if needed. Thank you so much.
I don't like it.
Have a good one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, get off my porch. Okay, 4 a.m.
Cincinnati, Ohio. This guy tried to make a run for it, but the law caught up. And guess what? The whole chase is on doorbell cam.
Okay.
Come on, man. Let's go. Come on, man. Ready to get down on the ground. I ain't get on the ground, bro. I ain't get on the ground. Ready. Show me your hands. I ain't get on the ground, bro. Turn around. Turn around there. Turn around. Okay, get on the ground. Turn around. I don't want to have no seizure. I scared myself. Okay, turn around. Where's your knife at? I ain't got no knife. Okay, turn around.
Bro, stop reaching. Just,
Hey guys,
yeah.
if you check your Ring camera, someone tried to rob a lot of people last night, so I'm tracking footsteps. Call me if you see them on your camera, because I know where they live. I just
Okay.
track their foots.
Right. It's probably you.
Ah, I think it turned off. Hey, look it.
Guys. People are weird. 1022, okay. I'm trying to get your attention.
I went to the hospital. It's closed.
Okay, why are you telling me?
I went to the other hospital and it's
right.
closed.
Why are you telling me?
2 shelters and 2 hospitals that are both closed.
Okay, why are you telling me this?
I stopped at 3 places. I've asked. I'm cold.
Okay.
Para esta.
Yeah.
Okay, no trae celular. No sé si puedes entrar. Más para unos horitas. Yo solo a las 5:30.
Nah, no, thank you. No, thank you. Okay, 2. Birmingham. Package thief.
Go put it back.
Dope.
Go put it back.
Atlanta, Georgia. This
Atlanta.
neighbor showed up at the door with a
6 a.m.
weapon. Homeowner called the cops, but guess what? They knocked, no answer, and just left.
Oh, he's drunk.
What do you guys think?
Cobb County? I believe it.
Queens Village, New York. This porch
Queens
pirate
Village.
pulled a bold move. He straight up pretended to be the homeowner, signed for the package, and walked off like he owned the place. Sneaky or just plain shameless?
Wow.
Austin, Texas. This guy showed up with a machete, knocking on doors aggressively. Yeah,
In Texas?
not exactly someone you want to chat with. Rule number...
I mean, to be honest now, okay, listen, he's not trying to do any type of violent, forceful entry, so that's going to save his life. Even though he does have a weapon in his hand, okay? That's the castle doctrine is a real thing here, guys, okay? So I still wouldn't open the door unless he was trying to kick the door, and then he'll be on the ground.
Number 1, do not open. Just call the cops.
Switch to our most affordable unlimited phone plan and get 2 lines for just $80 per month with Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless. Stay connected with all the essentials, like unlimited data, calls, and texts, plus 5 gigabytes of high-speed hotspot tethering per month for each line, and full connectivity for select smartwatches. Try Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless. Switch today.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Nah, bro, don't do that. Kick it. Kick the door.
What are you doing?
Try to get in. Run as fast as you can and then throw your whole body weight into the door.
You need to leave.
Right. If you're just going to stand there...
Miami, Florida. This late-night creeper is out here vandalizing property. Some people really have nothing better to do. Keep your cameras rolling.
What is going on? Let me know what is this for? What is for? What is for? Why did they take over here for long? What am I taking for now?
What are you talking about? Nothing? What's happening here?
Jamaica, New York. This lady spotted a package on
That's Southside Jamaica, Queens, guys. It's
on the porch and thought it was hers for the taking. But surprise, the homeowner caught her in the act. Let's see how this plays out.
They must have been right on their phone when the alert came through. Oh, wow. Let me kick it and walk to the side out of the camera. See, what you didn't know. Bro, I have 12 cameras facing the front and on all angles of the street.
I don't want. I can take up my own package. Okay, so we're going to pour it in the water. No. You wasn't getting the water bottle. No. You was trying to take my package. Don't come in my yard. Do not come in my yard. I don't need nobody helping me take my package, okay? You think if something is in my yard, I don't know it's on my floor? I can see. I just want you to know I have a camera. Do not come in my yard. I saw her. You was trying to take. She was in the yard.
Alhambra, California. These two tricksters
most likely the pronunciation is Alhambra, unless they're just pronouncing it wrong on purpose.
Distracted an elderly woman pretending to give
as an Alhambra castle from Granada, Spain.
Give her an AirPod and necklace. But they ended up stealing her real necklace. Share this video with your loved ones, especially the elderly, so they don't fall for these sneaky tricks.
Yeah, same exact things that happen in Granada, bro. They walk up to you with like rosemary leaves and pickpocket you.
New Orleans, Louisiana. Armed robbery caught on camera early at 1:27 a.m. The victims have reported the crime, and the video was sent to the police. The gunman was last seen heading toward Claiborne. If anyone has supporting footage, please share it with the police. Stay alert and stay safe.
What you want, bro? What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want? Get down. What you want, baby? What you want? I get on my own. What you want? Here. Everything, bro. Everything.
Like, do you think the screaming is helping the situation, bro? You're making it worse. And that's why I don't go outside without a firearm. Wow, dude.
Yeah. God damn.
Bro, who are you? Why are you on my porch?
Oh, you say so. No.
What do you need?
No.
Oh, no, what?
Oh, man.
Oh, he's drunk, bro.
Sit down.
Can I help you?
This man's pants is down.
Yeah.
Who are you? Can I help you?
Yeah. I'll help you.
What do you need, sir?
I need
He needs the police. That's what he needs.
I'm cold.
He needs a drunk tank.
Yeah, please.
The drunk tank.
Yeah.
Are you having a medical emergency, sir?
No.
Okay, so get off my porch.
No.
Yeah, that was a wild one here, guys. Look, listen. Okay. Don't trust who's knocking at your door. There were a couple of instances here that were just glaringly obvious that we should not be trusting a single person that's even making an attempt to come to the door. Luckily, I don't anyway. Like, I will not open a door. I don't care I don't care the outfit, the uniform, the innocence. I don't care about none of these things. And if it's after dark, forget about it. There's no, you can speak to me through my doorbell camera, if that's the case here. It'll call my phone, and we can have a slight conversation like that. Or, again, one of the 12 other cameras that are basically watching you, just in case you want to touch one. Okay? So, either way, people are just weird. A lot of these people were drunk and going to the wrong houses, guys. Because I'm sure this guy, the last guy here, is not a terrible human. I'm sure some of them aren't terrible humans, but they proceeded to get drunk in public and walk around like absolute imbeciles here. I almost said something else. I didn't want to say that other word. That was bad. But either way, listen. You guys all have an absolutely amazing day. Enjoy your day thoroughly.
Shop Granger. Talk shop for your shop.
We got American House video reaction, and Mum is back with another reacts. Always British and American houses are very different. Have you seen much about American houses?
No.
Not really.
No, not really.
Yeah, so it's going to be first time pretty much. My mum's going to be checking out American houses and the differences. So yeah, let's get straight into see what we got.
Tea drinkers that we are, we love our kettles, don't we?
We do.
But they're not just any kettles. These are ones you plug in and then hit the switch to turn on the plug, because I forgot to mention that our plug sockets also have switches.
Oh yeah, I found like a lot of Americans do have like kettles now, but a lot of them didn't really have like many electric kettles. Like, that's not like really a normal thing.
So what, like one on the cooker?
They have one on like the stove.
Yeah. Well, we used to have them.
Or some of them microwave the water.
Oh, right, okay.
But then, yeah, I feel like they are getting more electric kettles now, but like that wasn't the normal. Whereas like every household in the UK has an electric kettle. You know what I mean?
Hello, I'm Lawrence, and I'm on a quest to uncover all of the memos that Britain and America lost in the pond, and one of those memos pertains to houses, the things we live inside. If you're watching this video, it's quite likely you're either inside a house right now, or you're near one, because otherwise you wouldn't probably have internet access quite as easily. To anyone that might be new to this channel, come on in, get yourself a cup of tea. This isn't a genuine offer.
Come on in.
Join the channel. This is good.
Do you know what I've always found crazy about him, right?
He's nice, isn't he?
He is nice. He's been living in America for about 14, 15 years.
All right, and he's still learning.
No, no. So basically, he moved to America. Now he just compares America from the UK. But he sounds so British still.
So British.
Like if I moved to America, my accent would change instantly, I reckon.
And hello to everybody who's been here a long time. Today we're going to look at several ways in which British and American houses are very, very different.
Yeah,
Having lived in the United States for over 11 years, I've lived in my fair share of houses here, just as I did in Britain. So I
What, you grew up in a castle, yeah?
Of
That's
course
a
it
castle.
did.
That didn't happen. But I grew up in something more like this.
Okay, yeah. So this is like a nice house in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah.
You would say this is
Yeah,
a nice
that's
house.
a nice house
This
in
is
the
a
area.
nice estate,
Yeah.
nice area.
Yeah.
That's not Lawrence's actual house.
It's like when we do look at like UK houses, I like to like give them an idea of what is a nice area in the UK.
Yeah.
So they kind of get like, because they might see this and be like, this is, everybody's living in these.
No,
this is like the
because
bottom.
we've got the council house in area.
Let's go ahead and jump into this video caption with the title, Stop Accepting the Bare Minimum from Men.
We go out last night with a couple of girlfriends and we went to Wally's in Santa Monica. It was very, very cute, a good vibe. We're just having like a little girls' night, whatever. We're in the back, we're sitting, we're just chatting, and these two guys come over and they start chatting it up with us, and it was fine. We were being friendly, we were being nice, and they were like good conversation. I began to notice that these guys, within the first 15 minutes, they did not offer to buy us drinks. Mind you, we weren't drinking anything. We were just sitting there. We were actually really kind of buying time until we went to the next spot. So we're talking, 15 minutes goes by, they didn't offer to buy drinks, nothing, they're just talking to us. Another 15 minutes go by, we're still talking. Another 15 minutes go by, we're still talking. I get to the point where I'm like, okay, we've been here for a while, I'm getting bored, I'm getting annoyed, and we were been supposed to leave, but here we are talking to these guys that we actually aren't even really interested in. And so I excused myself to the bathroom, thinking that that was going to be the cue for the other girls to realize that, hey, either join me in the bathroom for us to regroup, or hey, let's wrap these things up with these guys and let's keep it moving to the next spot. No, I get back, still talking.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that. Same day notice or 3 weeks in advance.
That's what you get when you hire professionals. It's good to know you're making a difference. We found some paper and cardboard out of the job and we sort through it. Instead of just throwing this stuff in the dirt, you're actually making sure it goes where it needs to go. That's a good thing.
You don't have to do any of the moving. It doesn't matter whether it's in your garage, your backyard, front yard.
All you have to do is point.
Book online today. 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
There's a mission-critical tech solution that you need to implement now if you want to succeed, and you want donuts. It's called EasyCater. EasyCater is your nationwide soup-to-nuts tech platform for ordering food for your workplace. You get what you need when you need it.
That's what EasyCater brings to the table. Integrated bagel logistics, ultra-scalable burrito deployment, and game-changing salad procurement.
So you can focus on what really matters, like minestrone. Yummy.
Start an order at EasyCater.com.
Oh, man. And so what I'm getting from this right now is that she was the third wheel, and she didn't like that feeling that came along with not receiving that level of attention she felt entitled to from those men as they approach her friend group for conversation. And as a result of her not getting that attention, she felt like she was entitled to this men's money and a round of drinks, whatever it is. And she thought that her friends would ride with her because she wasn't getting the attention, but she didn't realize that her friends enjoyed the attention they were getting from these men. That's why they stuck around for the conversation. Listen, women know how to cut a man off. They know how to stop giving a guy attention, how to make him feel like he's not wanted in the environment anymore. If they're at a bar, a lounge, in public, wherever. Women know what to say, what to do, how to act in order to let that guy know, like, hey, we really want to be left alone. So if her friends really wanted to do that, they could have easily started being a little bit more standoffish, silent, not responding, and really keeping the conversation going a little bit more. But they didn't do that because they were actually enjoying these men's company, and they weren't looking for these men to spend money on them in order to just get to know them. Wow, sounds like such a far-fetched concept. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you do it respectfully as a gentleman.
So finally, I tapped my friend and I just told her, like, hey, I'm ready. Like, let's go. We end up all like exchanging numbers, whatever. So when we're walking out, I was telling them, like, hey, we were talking entirely too long to those guys for us to sit there and not have not one drink bought for us, not one appetizer offered to us, nothing offered to us.
What?
That is unacceptable behavior, and I'm sorry. And this might ruffle feathers for some girls watching this video, and if that is ruffling your feather, then boo, you need to keep scrolling because this is not the video for you, and the content that I make is not going to be what you like. Because I'm sorry, I am not going to be sitting there talking to guys for more than 15 minutes without them offering to do anything or offering to buy anything, especially if they see that we are not drinking anything or having anything. Like, excuse me, but no.
Wow.
I am not going to be giving you my time, my energy, without you also reciprocating and giving anything back in return for it. And I'm sick of seeing and being around women who are doing that. We need to learn that, I'm sorry, but we need to be charging these guys tax. Like, yeah, for me to sit here and talk to you, for you to have my time, for you to have my attention, you need to be doing something, sir. I'm sorry, I am not a cheap date. No, 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 no.
And then women like this will wonder why they keep getting played by men, manipulated, used, unappreciated. When your principles and your values of how you choose and date men run parallel with prostitution, that will end up being your results.
So this just goes to say that, ladies, if a man approaches you at a bar, at a restaurant, out, wherever you are, and he's talking to you and it seems great, that's wonderful. If he doesn't offer to buy you a drink or something, or do something for you, or see you in the next couple of days because he's super admiring you and enamored by you, boo, you need to cut it short, wrap it up, and move on to the next one. Trust me, that's going to make you more appealing. And if not, then you dodged an actual bullet.
All right, guys, so there you have it. And this is how single women keep each other single. Really is. This is literally how they do it, by sabotaging their friend group when they're not getting the attention. And women got to be careful with the women who they associate with, because they will literally have women like this lurking amongst them, posing as their friend, when in reality, that's not what it is. Instead of her being happy that her friends were getting the attention from these guys, enjoying conversation, getting to know these men, she was bothered by it. She was upset. She wanted some free drinks and some appetizers for the table, trying to dress it up like that's what the whole table should have got. But in reality, she just wanted it because she wasn't getting the attention that she felt like she deserved. It was going somewhere else. And so women got to recognize when they got friends around them that are jealous, when they see them winning instead of being happy. Because you don't really see this happen amongst men, where guys are out and about and he might end up as a third wheel and not getting the attention. Most guys would just be happy for their friends. They're like, good for you, man. I'm glad you got the number. Glad you closed the deal. But with women like this, if they cannot get the majority of the attention, if their needs aren't being met when men are around in their presence, they somehow feel slighted and they feel like that they have to do something in order to rectify the situation. And so really, a lot of women don't like each other. Now, they'll come to the internet when it's about men and bashing and trashing men and all be on one accord. But really, they don't like each other. And the sisterhood that they champion so much is really built on cheap toilet paper. And if you got sisters or you hung around enough women and they end up talking freely around you, then you'll hear them say this. You'll hear them talk about how they can't have too many female friends, how they don't like hanging around too many women. They keep their friend group small because women get jealous and catty and try and sabotage each other. But let's check out and hear what some ladies have to say on this topic.
Still so anxious. I'm still so anxious to get back into a female friendship group, like a proper crew, because I just hear so many horror stories. It never ends well. So if you have a good friendship group full of women, I'm talking maybe 4+, for me, that's a taboo.
Female friendships are weird. Let's talk about it. You can have a BFF for life of 7+ years, 3+ years, and the next minute, y'all are arguing and never talking to each other again. It can be over the pettiest things. It could could be over you not getting an invite to her birthday party. Or you actually get an invite to her birthday party and get uninvited indirectly without her actually uninviting you. Or the friend who only reaches out to you when they need a favor or need you to do something that benefits them. It's so funny, the older we get less friends. But that's good because it kind of shows us who our true, real friends are. Also, something I realized is just because a friend stops hitting you up or you guys get distant from each other, that doesn't always mean that they don't want to be your friend anymore. It literally could just mean that you guys outgrew each other and matured differently and are on different paths in life. But if you constantly feel left out every time they have an event and you're not invited, that ain't your friend. There's too much to unpack in this video, so I am going to do a part 2.
Yeah, so just understand when you hear women talk about supporting each other a lot of the times, it usually revolves around hating on men.
Quick question. Have you heard about Google Fi Wireless? Their Simply Unlimited plan costs only $80 a month for 2 lines. Setup is so simple. You can activate from home with eSIM. All over the US, Canada, and Mexico, it's got you covered. But if you're about to be adventuring, the Unlimited Plus plan gives you high-speed data in over 200 destinations with no extra cost. You're even covered while you're on the go with high-speed hotspot tethering and VPN so that you don't need to stress about security while on the airport Wi-Fi. Google Fi Wireless really feels like a new approach to a phone plan. Check it out for yourself.
It doesn't matter what your goal is, making a resume, writing an essay, or drafting a cover letter, Grammarly takes your writing game to the next level. Best part is, it's incredibly convenient. Instead of going to a separate website, it integrates into exactly where you work. Let's say I'm in college and I'm working on my resume for the first time. Grammarly transforms into a professional guidance counselor, giving me actionable tips to stand out. Then, when I'm ready to apply to an internship, I'll ask Grammarly to use my resume to draft the best cover letter possible. And presto, Grammarly makes it happen, all done in less than a minute. And that's all for free too. When you upgrade to Grammarly Pro, you'll unlock a bunch of other features too, like being able to ensure your writing matches the exact tone you want to convey. How cool is that?
All right, guys, let's go ahead and jump into this next topic, captioned with the title, Husband Defends Woman's Baby Daddy from Child Support.
So my wife feel like it's a good idea to put her child father on child support when we don't need the money. You already see what that do to me. Why you want to put him through that?
Because I need his money.
Need the money for what, kids? What you need the money
stuff
for?
That I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to, like, go on a vacation and stuff like that. Like, it's stuff that I need. So, like, he needs to pay me something. Give me something.
You do know that child support is not for you, right?
Technically, it is. It is.
Please explain to me how child support is for you.
I need the money to make sure I'm good and make sure my baby good.
Okay, but we don't need the money. Your baby's good. I take care of you and your kids.
Okay.
Already, that's where you messed up at. That's where he messed up at. I take care of you and your kids. What a statement right there. Does he hear himself and understand the situation he just put himself in voluntarily? And you see, because we've normalized broken homes, oh, that's just my baby daddy. He over there, she over there. We gonna just co-parent. We gonna figure it out because that's what become normal now. This is what we get. You know why they talk about side effects in those commercials with new medications? Taking this medication could cause side effects such as sleepiness, drowsiness, wheezing, headaches, heart issues, loss in memory. These are the side effects of having kids with women who you weren't supposed to have kids with, creating broken home, and now you got everything that ends up taking place thereafter. And at this point, it's just plain crazy that men keep on doing it, picking up the controller, hitting that unpause button, and playing another man's save game. Don't do it.
But I still want his money at the end of the day.
For what, though? What you need it for?
Well, why are you so upset about it, though? He ain't hurting, I don't think.
It ain't about him hurting, it's the principle. You see what it's doing to me? I'm on child support for my other kids, yet I still take care of you and yours. Okay. So what you need his money for? You trying to do that shit to another man, the same shit that's going on with me.
You a better man.
It don't matter, kid. What you mean? I'm a better man. You about to put this nigga through the same stuff you put me.
And as he should. He deserve it. And I need to make sure that my hair and everything stay done. Simple. So now what? You gonna keep defending him?
It ain't that I'm defending
Keep
you.
on. You gonna be next.
Oh, that's how you. That's how you feel.
Well.
Oh, that's how you. It's just how you get down.
Him, you defending the op.
That's just how you get down, huh? Okay. Okay. I mean.
I'm saying. What is it that you want? That's it?
Shit, that's how you feel. Then let it. It is what it is.
So let me do what I need to do. So he can pay me some child support because I need some more money.
Yeah, man, you disrespectful.
Wow. She out here living good. Got her husband taking care of her and her kids, which right there, that's already a wild statement there alone. Her husband taking care of her and basically her baby daddy kids. But on top of that, she's saying, I need more. Give me more. She ain't even saying I need more for us to make sure we good. She's saying I need more to make sure I'm good. I need to make sure I'm getting my hair done, my nails done. I need more money for me. And she didn't even try to hide it to pretend as if she was doing it for the family, like it was for everybody. Nah, she said, this money for me. I want more money for my needs and for what I want to do. It's crazy. And it's not even the point that it would have been right for her to say that. At least that would have showed some level that she thinking about her now husband and how much he take care of her and the kids. That's not even his. But she ain't even thinking about that. She just thinking about how she could get a come up, how she could have more to spend on some shoes and some clothes and everything else that she could think of. That's for her. And the worst part is she said to him, you could be next. If you keep on doing what you're doing, you could be next. And there's women out there like that who they think that they can threaten men because men don't protect themselves when they get into marriage so many times where they just jump in. And unless she there shooting with you in the gym, helping you get it from the start, build and grow, you got to make sure you're protecting yourself. You got to make sure that she can't take advantage of you and use that as some type of leverage when she want things to go her way or when she feeling fed up with a situation and don't want you to tell her the truth. Yeah, but let's go ahead and check out some of these comments. First top commenter says over here, bruh, if you don't have kids with her, leave. Yeah. If he ain't got no kids, leave, get out that situation. Another commenter says, send this video to him. Another commenter says, red flag, bruh. She just told and show you who she is. Yeah. Another commenter says, she didn't even mention the baby. She's about self. Another commenter says, she just warned you, bruh. Another commenter says, one word, divorce. Sir, Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see what's going on here. And maybe this is a skit, but that doesn't even matter. Art imitating life. Whenever I see these videos and it might be questionable as far as, hey, that might be a skit, art imitating life. Because while that may not be the real situation happening right in front of us, let's not pretend as if this doesn't happen to people each and every day. Let's not pretend as if this doesn't happen to men every day. Men who decide to marry a woman, despite her already having a baby daddy, you still decide to get with her. And then, as a result, she got her baby daddy on child support. You yourself on child support with your baby mama. Y'all trying to create this makeshift family. And then you end up finding from your wife that she's actually trying to run her baby daddy pockets as much as she can for her benefit. If that doesn't sound like what we see already happening in real life, then I don't know what does. And if the baby daddy hear this, that should be all the motivation he need to fight for custody of his child. Because for her to be saying and talking like that, and you know that's her intent, that's what she's trying to do, man, you got to protect yourself. And too many times, guys be too nice. Men are way too nice in these type of situations. And just in general, when dealing with women, and who have no problem manipulating them or taking advantage of them if they could use the system too. But men will sit there and they'll say things like, oh, I don't want to press charges. If they get into an altercation and the woman is the one who's actually the aggressor, they don't want to press charges. They don't want to get her locked up. They just want it to be over. They get custody of the child. Men don't even ask for child support. I don't need no child support. I just want to.
Janet! When's the last time you had a vegetable?
Tuesday month.
Damn it, Janet! Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies filled with all the essential vitamins, minerals, and superfoods you need to thrive.
But don't I need like over 60 essential nutrients? Vitamin C, D, zinc, copper. Oh God, it's so much.
Shh, Janet, my little superstar. Groons has,
you know, go ahead and be able to raise my kids. And if she want to participate in and be involved, that's great. And the whole time, if the roles were reversed, matter of fact, when the roles are reversed, she has no problem taking advantage of what's in place and making you pay, locking you up, doing whatever she can do in order to see you suffer. I think more men got to wake up to that who find themselves in that position and always decide to take it easy. Because just because you won't do it don't mean she won't. And ultimately, you got to protect yourself. All right, guys, so let's go to jump into this next story, BBL round 2. And ladies, let me say this to the ladies. Ladies who watch the channel, ladies. Y'all got to stop getting these BBLs. They are literally deleting y'all. You have to stop getting the BBLs. They're not for everybody. You work at Hobby Lobby. Why you need a BBL? You work at Shake Shack. What you need a BBL for? You work at In-N-Out. Why are you trying to save up for a BBL? You a health aide, a dental assistant. Why are you looking to go get a BBL? You barely made your rent last month. Why are you trying to get a BBL? I say that to say a lot of regular, everyday, average women are looking to do things to their bodies that aren't even necessary. Instead, you need to go ahead and get in the gym, put down all the bad stuff, put down the frozen pizzas, put down the fast food, put down the potato chips, put down all the sugary drinks, stop drinking all the alcohol, and actually get yourself disciplined for more than a month before you quit and actually try to get yourself in better physical condition. Because this story right here is one where BBL goes tragically wrong for a pair of sisters, resulting in one of them losing their life. So let's go ahead and check this out.
So me and my sister got these cute little sweatsuits from Pink, you know, real BMF vibes, real, I just need a big chain to throw on like how they was back in the day. You feel me? My sister got the pink one and it's so cute. So cute. Pink did a big one with these. It's real cute, real flowy for our trip to Miami.
Hey y'all. Hi guys. So our flight leaves at 9:25. It's currently 7:30. Yeah, we're gonna make the flight though. Don't worry about it. We're on the way to Miami. And yeah, our pre-op is tomorrow at Ivana Plastic Surgery. Yeah. We are real sisters, not the fake ones, the real ones. I'm getting a tummy tuck with a BBL, and I got my backpacks, y'all. I'm ready. And I am getting my BBL round two, and my Lipo 360.
Going for a second BBL is absolutely crazy work. Wow. She said she's going back for BBL round 2. Damn.
I will post before and after. And arm lipo. We're staying at Keela's recovery home.
And arm lipo.
Because the booking process with her was so wonderful.
Yep, and we only paid $1,500 each.
We paid $1,500 each
for 6 nights.
6 nights instead of days.
Yep, and she picked us up in the airport, post-op, everything. And Ivana was trying to charge us crazy prices for the recovery packages.
She got everything for us for like $170.
For the low, like everything for the low.
So, Keela.
Yeah, Keela, because she can get your files, everything from her people, like for the low. Massages, $85 a piece. Like, these people be trying to charge you $100 each. Like, no. And we got our matches, Stanley's. Okay, we didn't come to play.
And we're rushing to the airport. This is my big ass bag. We're flying with a Spirit. I hope they let this bag run. But if they don't, then I'm gonna whip their ass. So don't worry. Okay, so yeah, we're super excited. And we'll be posting more.
You guys stay tuned. I'm going to record pre-op, okay?
We is rushing to get to the airport as usual. Rushing on time. But I will get to Miami 5 a.m. Our flight is at 9:25.
Hey, wow. That's what you're going to have your financial priorities in order. They fly in Spirit, y'all. They fly in the cheapest airline. They went with the least inexpensive BBL package. Talking about they got a bargain, the girl hooked them up. But then they talking and they sitting there showing off their designer outfits and their Stanley cups. They got their priorities all mixed up. Listen, one thing you don't want to skimp on is medical services. It's usually a reason why medical services are cheaper a lot of times and then it's more expensive and other reasons is because you're getting more as far as that you're actually going to probably be able to experience and see. It might be in the customer service. It might be in the medicine, whether it be generic versus the name brand. It could be a number of things. But one thing you usually don't want to skimp on and go cheap on is your medical services. You're better off saying that's where I'm going to invest my money at to make sure I get the proper care.
Hey, y'all.
Hi, guys.
So our flight leaves at 9:25. It's currently 7:30. Yeah.
We're going to make
You gotta hear about the Simply Unlimited plan from Google Fi Wireless. It's only $80 a month for 2 lines. If you're in the US...
salads so I could meet the BMI requirements. I need to detox, eat salads, and drink laxative water.
Wow, did she just say she needs to eat salads to detox and drink laxative water in order to meet the BMI requirements for this surgery she's going for? That's crazy.
30. Yeah.
Looked them up. But then they talking and they sitting there showing off their designer outfits and their Stanley cups. They got their priorities all mixed up. Listen, one thing you don't want to skimp on is medical services. It's usually a reason why medical services are cheaper a lot of times and then is more expensive in other reasons is because you're getting more as far as that you're actually going to probably be able to experience and see. It might be in the customer service. It might be in the medicine, whether it be generic versus the name brand. It could be a number of things. But one thing you usually don't want to skimp on and go cheap on is your medical services. You're better off saying that's where I'm going to invest my money at to make sure I get the proper care.
Hey, y'all. Hi, guys. So our flight leaves at 9:25. It's currently 7 o'clock. 7:30. Yeah. We're going to make salads so I could meet the BMI requirements. I need to detox, eat salads, and drink laxative water.
Wow, did she just say she needs to eat salads to detox and drink laxative water in order to meet the BMI requirements for this surgery she's going for? That's crazy. Ladies, y'all got to start loving yourselves.
Salads so I could meet the BMI requirements. I need to detox, eat salads, and drink laxative water. So we finally arrived in Miami. The flight was not long at all. By the time I woke up, we were landing. We are on our way to the recovery home. The Tequila's recovery home. Super excited. So this is me and my sister's room. We made it to Tequila's recovery home. It's so bomb. We stocked on everything that you need. This is me and my sister's room. She'll be in the recliner because she's getting. Hey y'all, so I am running on 30 minutes of sleep. I thought I was gonna be up with that little coffee, but I guess the fuck not. We are on our way to Avana for my sister's pre-op, and I'm a little delusional, but it's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. I'm gonna make it through this.
Yeah, and so this is the most tragic part of the event where one of the sisters end up, after the surgery was done doing post-op, end up not making it. She ended up passing away. And now they're trying to figure out what went wrong. And right here in the post, the other sister writes, I didn't know this was going to be the last time, sister. And then it goes on to say they gave her pills that weren't even prescribed to her. They deleted their Instagram because they know they wrong and they messed up giving my sister all those pills at once and just letting her sleep the whole day instead of checking on her how they were supposed to. Then they had the nerve to say she's fine. She just tired, like I don't know my sister. I called 911. My sister ain't never slept the whole day after surgery. And mind you, she did say at the beginning that this was her sister's second BBL. Wow. And then it goes on to say the recovery home lied to us. They were not licensed and told us they were. The police shut down Kayla Recovery House. She won't refund me and my sister's money. We were only there 2 days and my sister died. It continues on with, we still have to wait for the autopsy to come back to rule if it was the surgery from the doctor or them giving her too many pills. So they're not quite sure if it was the surgery or the pills. So this is all speculation on what they're saying the doctors did as far as what the recovery house did as far as meds go. They won't know until the autopsy comes back. Wow. So yeah, this is just a bad event all over. You know, a daughter lost her mother, a sister lost a sibling. So this is just a bad event that was definitely avoidable because the BBL wasn't necessary. It really wasn't. Going to get any surgery is always going to put you at some level of risk. And if you can avoid it and you're volunteering yourself to go get the surgery and then have to deal with the recovery that comes along with that, you're placing yourself in some level of danger. And I think people take that way too lightly. These are the results that could end up happening because of it, unfortunately. And what's so crazy about this is that for a long time, cosmetic surgery was pretty exclusive to celebrities and housewives that were wealthy, that sort of thing, until more recently where it became popularized because of technology, advances in technology that made it easier for people who want to make this into a business to gain access and get into the market. And so now what you end up having is a service that at one point for a very long time was a luxury service. something that the clientele knew they had to pay top dollar for. Matter of fact, many women in the past wouldn't even go get these type of procedures done. Breast augmentations, tummy tucks, lifts, unless it was recommended by someone who they knew their work. Their friend had got work done by them, so now they trust that this person can do a good job. But now, because the market is so wide open with this sort of thing, what you get is a lot of businesses that will cut corners in the name of making an extra dollar. And cutting those corners can mean putting the consumer at risk. And if it means they're going to make a couple extra million annually, they will do that. And what women have to realize is that these BBLs that they're seeking out to go get is not really worth it in the long run to put yourself at that risk if there's any risk of you putting your life in danger. And really, women who are considering this sort of thing really need to focus on doing more work on themselves and how they see themselves, because obviously they have something mental going on that has them believing they need to go that route. They need to get more disciplined when it comes to taking better physical care of themselves. A lot of these cases, if you just take better physical care and get yourself in better condition, you'll feel a whole lot better about how you look and who you are. But a lot of people want to take shortcuts in life, and this is one of those cases where it went tragically wrong. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this video right here. So now modern women are telling each other,
This is the craziest Karen road rage, but she's about to learn of instant karma. The lunatic began tailgating the woman filming after nearly causing an accident moments earlier and trying to flee the scene. She then threw something at the woman's car and took off. However, after the lady stopped to get her license plate, the idiot Karen jumped out of her car and broke her windshield. However, what the Karen didn't know was that the woman got it all on camera and decided to sue her. But the idiot didn't show up to court, and now there's a warrant out for her arrest. This is the craziest Karen road rage, but she's about to learn of instant karma. The lunatic began tailgating the woman filming after nearly causing an accident moments earlier and trying to flee the scene. She then threw something at the woman's car and took off. However, after the lady stopped to get her license plate,
I've been. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, take a see how it thing goes. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the greatest phone.
They grabbed out of time. For example,
It's Novocaine! I'm in.
If every time you see an ad, you just wanna, hi-ya, you need a download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites. It even blocks ads that you didn't even know were ads. Imagine being able to scroll and stream.
Dude, I gotta do that.
Did you hear somebody say, let her do that?
You need to let her go.
Did you hear that in the background? Did y'all hear that in the background? There was somebody saying, let her do that. That's not my kid. That's not your child. Let her do that. Ooh. Come back, Preach. We need you to come back. There's more. You hear the what I assume is a Caucasian lady in the back saying, don't yell at her?
The safe space, motherfucker.
Okay, okay. This is one of those few times that you could honestly say this phrase, and I hate saying it, but it's true.
Your kids.
Other people's kids, too. This is one of those times where the individualism in the West is so strong that because of that, nobody ever wanted me involved with nobody else's kid.
Where's the parents?
Parents, who knows? The kid could have ran away. You know what the truth is? You know what the truth is? The parents are not always there to watch their kids. That's why when I was growing up, everybody knew the kids around their neighborhood. So if you fucked up, mom was going to find out. Somebody's parent was going to see it. Somebody's kid was going to report to their parent that was going to report it to your parent. But nowadays, everyone's like, it's not my child. I can't do nothing. Nah, somebody should have dropped that kid. Yes. While she's over here throwing bottles, causing all this kinds of damage, somebody should have just smacked her upside her head. But we had these. You don't know what she's been through.
But you can't touch her. You can't touch a kid, especially if it's not your kid. I can't smack her upside the head, especially if they have it on camera. I'm a dude. I smacked the girl. Then I'm gonna be in trouble for trying to discipline a kid.
You can restrain her.
Sure.
In other countries,
even that.
In other countries outside of this place, they would have just smacked her.
Oh, 100%. But
and you know what? That would have been a great thing.
Yeah, now we're in this country. Okay?
Yes.
And in this country, I can't touch a kid. I can't even talk wrong with a kid. Because those parents are so entitled, and I see because my girl, I see because my sister, she works in a school. She's a teacher.
Yeah.
And they can't say shit to the kid. The parents, they take the side of the kids. Even when the kids do some blatant shit. We call the parents, and the parents are like, man. They taking the side of their kid even though their kids are being erratic. Crazy.
Violent.
That
kid was throwing bottles.
I can't touch the kid. I can't look at the kid. I can't talk to the kid, or I'm gonna get in trouble. So if she touches the kid, restrain the kid, she's gonna get in trouble. So I can understand hey, don't touch that kid. I ain't your kid. I can understand that 100%. Because around here, you're more like it should be that way. I'm more like the way it is, I ain't touching to no kid.
I'll put it this way: if that's my store and the kid's doing that my score, I'm shoving that kid halfway across the room. Before you can throw my bottles on the floor, I'm
right there. Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune. I've worked in construction.
Well, back to the LAPD. Caught, saying racist things, homophobic things, and sexist things on a recording. Put them up full mass. Here we go. Several Los Angeles police officers are at the center of a complaint alleging they made racist, sexist, homophobic comments about their own colleagues, potential recruits, and naturally LA citizens. The officers were identified by the LA Times as Sergeant Danny Jean, who is Asian, Lieutenant Louis Lavender, Black, Officer Shirley Burgos, Latina, Officer Christian Flores, Latino, and officer identified only as McKay. The report says Lavender was a supervisor and witnessed many of these conversations firsthand, but never stopped them. Quote, "Man, you're going to end up in the LA Times the way you all talking here. You all can bring down the whole department," he allegedly said in the recording. So according to the LA Times, a 10-year veteran of the Los Angeles Police Department secretly recorded dozens of conversations in the department's recruitment office between March and October 2024 that captured his colleagues making the bigoted remarks. Roughly 90 recordings reveal several officers and supervisors making racist statements and even targeting their colleagues with derogatory homophobic language, according to the Times, citing a complaint filed January 5th. According to the complaint, a Latina officer who once discussed how to physically fight Black citizens told her colleagues, quote, "You hit Black people in the liver, I heard. They got weak livers," end quote. That same female officer was also recorded telling a Black officer that, quote, "Black people like grape soda, and that Black people drink Kool-Aid, go by color, not flavor," end quote. During that conversation, the Latino officer reportedly added, quote, "Black people enjoy watermelon in between basketball," end quote. The complaint states that the officer also bragged that he once called the cops on some Black children who were selling chocolate in his neighborhood, saying, "They do not belong here," end quote. The Black officer who was reportedly part of the, quote, "grape soda" conversation was also reported to have called Black people, quote, "monkeys," and would vocalize his thoughts while watching television news reports about
The revolution is finally here, a technological revolution that is transforming our world. Because while the mainstream media is caught up in all the hype around artificial intelligence, they're missing the real story, the story of the parallel processing revolution. This is a technological breakthrough of such immensity that it could rival the invention of the printing press, the steam engine, or even personal computers. And in this video, I'm going to pull back the curtain on what will be the defining technology of the 20th.
A disastrous collision off the coast of England, sending smoke billowing into the sky as jet fuel poured into the North Sea.
So Long has collided with tanker Stena Immaculate in the outer anchorage. Both vessels are abandoning.
The US-flagged Stena Immaculate oil tanker was anchored 15 miles offshore when a cargo ship punctured its hull, releasing highly flammable jet fuel that a U.S. defense official tells NBC News was being carried for the U.S. Navy.
While the whole world is trying to work towards peace and a ceasefire in Ukraine, it seems Russia is hell-bent on escalating things further. A Russian captain accidentally, or I guess not so accidentally, rammed into a U.S. tanker that was carrying oil to the U.S. Navy. The reason I say this may not be an accident is because we have more evidence coming out relating to this attack, and it seems that this may have been planned out by the Russian captain on the ship. But before we get to that, let's get more details on the arrest of the captain.
That maritime collision on Monday in the North Sea off the coast of Yorkshire. And it's being reported that the So Long ship, which was, of course, the one that was moving and crashed into the stationary Stena Immaculate,
that the master of that ship is a Russian national, that the rest of the crew were Russian and also Filipino. That's being reported in just the last few moments.
The captain of the cargo ship has been arrested on the charge of manslaughter. That's because one member from the cargo ship has not been found yet, and the search has been called off, declaring him presumed dead. Relating to the US tanker's crew, there were 23 people on board, but it has been reported that every single one of them was able to evacuate safely during the disaster. This is how the whole collision went down, and this is why some people are suspicious. As you guys can see from the image on your screen, the bluish line shows the route or the path of the tanker, the US tanker. On spot 1 on the image, the US tanker arrived on March 9th around 6:30 at night. Then it was anchored there all the way up until next morning when the collision happened at around 10 o'clock. Now, as you guys can see from this clip, the Russian ship held a straight course for over 2.5 hours, directly aimed at the stationary US military tanker. Now, many are calling this an act of war, but
Switching tax services can be a drag and drop. At H&R Block, switching to us couldn't be quicker or easier with our drag and drop feature. Whether you're switching from TurboTax or a different service, just drag, drop, go. H&R Block. Make the switch in less than 2 minutes.
Don't miss out on amazing deals at Best Buy. The savings end soon.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing and somewhat unusual experiment. An experiment involving mice that were genetically modified to have one single gene to be exactly the same as the one inside humans. And this produced results scientists are still trying to understand. And here, this gene that generates a protein known as NOVA1 may potentially explain why humans can communicate the way we communicate, and might have created our ability to produce complex ideas and to verbalize a lot of our thoughts. And so let's talk about this somewhat unusual but somewhat exciting experiment in a little bit more detail and talk about some of the potential ramifications. Now, as always, you can find the study itself in the description below, and here the study by Yoko Tajima basically focused on a somewhat unknown protein known as NOVA1. It's a protein that binds to RNA molecules encoded by the NOVA1 gene, and in essence sort of looks like this. And though like many other genes and many other proteins, it seems to be responsible for a lot of different functions, inside the brain it seems to be responsible for neural development. As a matter of fact, all of the previous studies about this gene were mostly studying this gene because it seems to be associated with a lot of different brain disorders, specifically when it has some kind of a problem. But by itself, this NOVA1 gene is also known as master gene regulator. You can essentially think of it as a kind of a master switch, and so any problem with the NOVA gene, you can find to RNA molecules encoded by the NOVA1 gene. And in essence, sort of looks like this. And though like many other genes and many other proteins, it seems to be responsible for a lot of different functions, inside the brain it seems to be responsible for neural development. As a matter of fact, all of the previous studies about this gene were mostly studying this gene because it seems to be associated with a lot of different brain disorders, specifically when it has some kind of a problem. But by itself, this NOVA1 gene is also known as master gene regulator. You can essentially think of it as a kind of a master switch, and so any problem with the NOVA gene results in some serious issues. You can actually learn about this gene and its functions from one of the studies from 2014 that you can find in the description. But surprisingly, it does seem to affect at least 90% of all human genes in some way or another. But most of the interest in the last few years was really in regards to its effects on the brain, because scientists discovered that when it creates this NOVA1 protein, this can then rearrange sections of RNA inside neurons, making them form in a very different way, making them create certain structures and develop in certain ways. Here's another study from just 2 years ago that essentially discovers that it seems to regulate very specific activity inside hypothalamus, with any change to this protein affecting our brain and hypothalamus in somewhat serious ways. And so the overall conclusion from many of these studies is basically that this unusual gene changes how our brain cells seem to synthesize proteins, and
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here.
We were told even when we started dental school, there was always on the horizon.
What you're looking at is a signal scientists have been searching for over 20 years. It's a direct message from the nucleus of the isotope thorium-229. And in a breakthrough, they've finally found it. Why have they been searching for this? And what does it mean now that they've found it? This could help unlock the fundamental laws of the universe. You might not know this, but it's long been suspected that the fundamental constants of our universe, those foundational numbers we assume never change, are actually changing by tiny amounts. If they shift, even slightly, it could transform our understanding of physics, giving us clues about dark matter, extra dimensions from string theory, or even a fifth force. Scientists have been trying to measure changes in the fundamental constants for decades, but our measuring equipment hasn't been sensitive enough. But now, this signal is the key to creating the world's first nuclear clock, a device precise enough to detect changes that have previously been impossible to measure. Once it's complete, this clock could open a gateway to new physics, challenging long-standing theories about our universe. In this video, we'll discuss this discovery and its implications for science, but before we dive in, let's quickly recap. What are fundamental constants and why do they matter so much? Fundamental constants are fixed numbers that exist in the universe. They set the stage for how the laws of physics work. Some examples are the speed of light, which places a limit on how fast we can travel or send information. Boltzmann's constant, which governs the relationship between temperature and energy, and the gravitational constant, which dictates how strongly two masses attract each other through gravity. Physicists have boiled down the fundamental constants that shape our universe to just 26 numbers. Our current theory of known matter, the Standard Model, treats these numbers as unchanging in both space and time. The funny thing about fundamental constants is that they can't be predicted from theory. That's what makes them, well, fundamental. They have to be experimentally measured. Nature kind of just has to tell us what they are, and no one knows why they have the values that they do. As far as we know, these numbers are just written into the fabric of the universe. Even though they're a bit of a mystery, the constants aren't causing any trouble. Or so we thought. Theories are starting to arise that are making scientists question the constantness of the constants. Theories linked to some of physics' deepest unsolved problems. For example, they couldn't help but notice that many of the constants have the exact perfect values to support life. If some of them were off by even the tiniest amount, life as we know it probably wouldn't exist. Take this one, the fine structure constant. It's not as famous as some of its constant cousins like the speed of light, but it's a favorite among scientists. Richard Feynman once said, "All good theoretical physicists put this number up on their wall and worry about it." It combines the electron's charge, the vacuum permittivity, Planck's constant, and the speed of light, and has the value of about 1/137. Just like the gravitational constant tells us the strength of gravity, the fine structure constant tells us the strength of electromagnetism. It's a pretty big deal because electromagnetism affects, well, electricity and magnetism, which is also light, friction, and basically all of chemistry. Now what's crazy is that its value lies in a perfect sweet spot. It's strong enough to bind electrons to the atom's nucleus, but loose enough to let them whiz around and interact with other atoms, performing chemical reactions, which are kind of the basis of life. If alpha were just a tiny bit weaker, electrons wouldn't bind to the nucleus at all. But if alpha were just a tiny bit stronger, electrons couldn't move freely and no chemistry would happen. It seems to lie in this perfect Goldilocks zone for life to exist. How did that happen? Why is our universe so perfect for life to exist? Well, a theory that's been proposed to explain this puzzle is if the constants vary in space and time, and life appeared in a part of the universe where the constants were the exact right values to support life. That would explain the extremely improbable chances of us being alive to measure them. Another reason some scientists think the constants might vary is because of newer theories of physics, like string theory, which tries to unify gravity and quantum mechanics, one of the biggest unresolved challenges in physics. These theories involve extra spatial dimensions to our current theories, and we would perceive changes to these spatial dimensions as the fundamental constants changing. And the final theory that the constants might be changing comes from the study of dark matter. Dark matter is the mysterious matter that accounts for over 20% of the universe's mass, yet we know almost nothing about it. Some physicists think that dark matter interacts very weakly with an atom's electrons or nucleus, causing alpha to drift or oscillate by some extremely tiny amount. If we observe this drift, it could help us understand dark matter. What's amazing is that we actually already have some indication for variations in alpha. In galaxies far, far away, there are super bright objects called quasars. These are supermassive black holes that suck in gas like a whirlpool. As the gas gets sucked in, it heats up due to friction, and this makes it shine super bright. In fact, quasars are some of the brightest objects in the universe. To measure variations in alpha, we can look at the light coming from distant quasars. Quasars so far away that their light took several billion years to reach us. How? Well, as their light heads toward Earth, it runs into gas clouds along the way, which absorb some of the frequencies. The light frequencies that get absorbed depend on alpha. So if alpha were different in the past, we can detect a change in it by comparing the absorbed frequencies from the past to current frequencies. So what did scientists find? Well, different research groups came to different conclusions. A famous experiment by the John Webb team did observe small variations in alpha, but other research teams who performed similar experiments observed no variation at all. So the evidence is inconclusive. We need more precise measuring devices and perhaps even an entirely new method. That's where this discovery comes in. It's the first step in building something scientists have been trying to build for over 20 years, a nuclear clock. A super accurate measuring device and our best bet for measuring variations in the constants. Cool, so let's get into what a nuclear clock is and how the scientists made this discovery. I know some of you have been thinking, nuclear clocks, don't we already have those? And the answer is no, we have atomic clocks. They're different, and I'll explain what the difference is. Understanding nuclear clocks will be easier if we first understand atomic clocks anyway, so it works out. But before we get into that, I found out about this nuclear clock breakthrough because I like to keep up with the latest science news. And a news website and app I've been using for a while is today's sponsor, Ground News. What makes Ground News different is that it's designed to help you pull back the curtain on media bias. For example, recently a private lunar lander attempted a historic touchdown near the moon's south pole. It was an ambitious mission, but things didn't go exactly as planned. It landed sideways in a crater and was declared dead before completing its full mission. Some outlets framed it as a total failure, while others highlighted the valuable data it managed to collect before shutting down. It's interesting how the same event can be reported in such different ways depending on who's telling the story. That's why I use Ground News. I want an unbiased picture that focuses on the facts. Ground News is a website and app designed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Every story comes with a visual breakdown of the sources, political bias, reliability, and ownership, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. Ground News makes it really easy to compare headlines and see how these biases might affect the framing. They even have a bias comparison feature that highlights specific differences in reporting. One of my favorite features is their blind spot feed, which shows you stories underreported by either side of the political spectrum. For example, if you lean right, you probably missed this story about the US Energy Secretary emphasizing the need for reliable energy to support the growth of artificial intelligence. As a fellow critical thinker, you know that we can't just rely on one piece of data or a single perspective to get the full picture. Ground News allows you to analyze news in a scientific way by comparing sources, checking for bias, and building a well-rounded understanding of the most important things going on in the world today. Ground News are offering you 40% off their Vantage subscription, which is the subscription I'm on. You get unlimited access to all of their amazing features. Access this discount through the link ground.news/upandadam, which you can also find in the description of this video, or scan the QR code on screen. Support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. Okay, back to the video. To understand what a nuclear clock is, we first need to understand.
Oh, that's interesting. Your lifelines. It's like they've intersected before. You've walked in each other's path. How strange. Really? You learned a lesson. A lesson that may serve you again. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. Let's go. Bye. Did you feel that?
I think it's just all in our heads.
What was that? Oh no, not again. What's happening? It's all right. Who's in my body? It's okay, it's me, Harp, it's Mom. Wait, what? If you're me and I'm you, then who is that? I'm Grandma, sweetheart.
My face looks like a Birkin bag that's been left out in the sun to rot.
How do we fix this? Last time, we convinced everyone that we were each other. Until we switched back.
Oh, girls, that doesn't work. Ow!
I think I just peed a little. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for you to make your sexy grand entrance.
Sexy grand entrance? Oh, like that.
H-O-T-T-O-G-O.
Best 200-word essay in 10 minutes will win $200. I think I'll win.
No, I'm gonna win.
They're both writing about the impacts of AI, and I'm betting on Thomas because he's actually using Grammarly's AI tools, while Cassidy isn't.
So researching things can be a little hard.
Grammarly is a real-time thought partner that helps you brainstorm initial topics and gives feedback on your work to help you get good grades with confidence. When you need to cite sources, Grammarly generates free auto citations instantly with no need to leave your webpage or type them in manually.
This is so good.
This is not gonna happen.
Time's up. Stop typing.
Okay, I don't think you want to see this. There's a lot of errors.
All right, up to mine.
I think Thomas won. Sign up for Grammarly for free today.
Today, keeping time is our most precisely measured physical quantity, more than even length or mass, and atomic clocks are our best timekeepers. Their precision made scientists think they're our best bet for detecting changes in fundamental constants like alpha. But how, you ask? The fine structure constant has nothing to do with time, and neither do a bunch of the other constants. Well, to understand, we need to understand what an atomic clock is and how it works. A key ingredient of any clock is a regularly repeating event, like the rotation of the Earth, a swing of a pendulum, or the oscillation of a quartz crystal in a watch. This repeating event serves as a reliable tick. But the annoying thing about these clocks is that they can be affected by the environment. Temperature, pressure, and humidity can affect their ticking rate. Their components can break down over time. Even their size and shape can affect how they tick. These problems make these clocks unreliable timekeepers, but atoms have a very reliable way of ticking. From quantum mechanics, we know that the electrons in an atom are restricted to specific energy levels. You can think of them like rungs on a ladder, a wonky, uneven ladder. An electron can jump between any two levels, but can't land in between them. The electrons jump by absorbing or emitting light at very specific frequencies. The energies of these light frequencies correspond to the size of the gaps between energy levels, and the higher the frequency, the higher the energy. For example, blue light has a higher frequency than red light, so blue light has higher energy. Atomic energy levels are extremely stable since they're set by the literal laws of nature. They don't change according to pressure or temperature or where they are in the universe. And because the energy levels are so stable, so are the transition frequencies. We can count out a specific number of oscillations of a particular frequency and use those counts as a reliable tick of a clock. For example, the basic unit of time, the second, is defined as the amount of time that passes after 9,192,631,770 oscillations of a certain transition light frequency from a cesium-133 atom. Because of an atomic clock's stability and the fact that identical atoms under identical conditions are essentially the same, using an atomic clock is more fundamental than a pendulum or a quartz crystal. To put an atomic clock's accuracy into perspective, a cheap quartz wristwatch might drift about 15 seconds in a month, but the most accurate atomic clock in the world, a strontium-87 clock, drifts by only 1 second in nearly 40 billion years. That's almost 3 times the age of the universe. Now here's the cool part. Just as absorption frequencies from quasar light depend on alpha, so do an atom's energy levels. Remember how alpha is the strength of electromagnetism? It therefore influences how close the negatively charged electrons hang around the positively charged nucleus. So if alpha changes with space or time, the electron energy levels in an atom will change too, which will change the transition frequencies. By measuring changes in these transition frequencies, we can measure changes in alpha. Scientists have actually already tried to do this, and once again, there were problems. An experiment performed in 2018 did observe a fractional change in alpha of about 1 part in 100 quadrillion per year. This result means that if the value of alpha is changing, it's doing so extremely slowly. It would take 100 quadrillion years for its value to double. Okay, but even though they observed alpha's not changing much, it's still changing, right? Well, not exactly. Every measurement has some uncertainty called the error range, which tells us how much the true value might differ from the measured value. When we're measuring everyday objects, small error ranges usually don't matter that much. Who cares if a measurement is off by a quadrillionth of a meter? But when the objects are very, very small, error ranges can become significant. In this case, the error range includes 0, which means it's possible that there's no change in alpha at all. Once again, the evidence neither confirms nor denies a changing value of alpha. About 20 years ago, physicists started thinking about how to use a different part of the atom to make a clock: the nucleus. Just like an atom's electrons have energy levels, the atom's nucleus has energy levels too. But they're a bit different from the electron's energy levels. Inside the nucleus, there are two major forces at play: the strong nuclear force, which holds the protons and neutrons together tightly, and the electromagnetic force, which threatens to blow the nucleus apart because the positively charged protons repel each other. The balance of these two forces set up energy levels. But wait, why would a nuclear clock be more precise than an atomic clock? Well, even though atomic clocks are vastly better than regular clocks, they still have some problems. They're sensitive to unwanted stray electric and magnetic fields, which shift the clock's energy levels. And although they're much less affected by temperature than regular clocks, they're not completely immune. The nucleus, on the other hand, is sealed within the atom, shielded from the outside world by the electron cloud, so it's much less sensitive to unwanted electric and magnetic fields and temperature. Scientists estimate that nuclear clocks could be 10,000 times more sensitive to changes in alpha than atomic clocks. But there's been one major hurdle. Nuclear energy transitions are really big. This is because the strong force holds the protons and neutrons together so tightly. Nuclear transitions are usually about 1 million times greater than the transitions of an atom's electrons. They're so large that no modern laser can reach the energies needed to excite them. The technology simply hasn't been invented. Bridging these nuclear energy transitions requires gamma rays, the highest energy light, where no modern laser can go. But in the 1970s, scientists made a strange discovery. By a lucky coincidence, the electromagnetic and strong nuclear forces in the thorium-229 nucleus are balanced so that one of its transitions is way smaller than all other nuclear energy gaps, about 10,000 times smaller. This energy lies in the ultraviolet range, placing it within the reach of modern lasers. In 2003, when scientists first started to think about how to build a nuclear clock, thorium-229 was the perfect candidate. Wait, did I just say 2003? If they found out about thorium in the 70s and they've been trying to build a nuclear clock since the early 2000s, and we're in 2025, that's over 20 years. If it's so important, why haven't they built it yet? Well, it turns out exciting a nucleus is really hard. There were a handful of engineering challenges that had to be overcome, spanning across nuclear physics, laser physics, quantum optics, and material science. The main problem was just knowing where to look. People knew the transition was small, but they needed to pinpoint the exact size before they could even begin building a clock. Guessing and adjusting a laser's frequency to match a transition whose size you don't know is like shooting in the dark. It'll take ages. But in 2023, CERN pinpointed the transition's energy. It was about 8 electron volts, which corresponds to a wavelength of about 148 nanometers. This discovery set into motion a flurry of 3 major experiments, all in 2024. In April, a team from Germany and Austria were the first to excite the transition with a laser. In July, scientists at UCLA confirmed the result, improving the CERN frequency precision by a factor of 1,000. And in September, a third experiment made a breakthrough when they measured the transition using a special custom-built ultraviolet laser. The frequency cone laser allowed them to be 1 million times more precise than the previous 2 experiments. And that's what this is. The long sought after transition frequency from the thorium nucleus. It's a frequency of 2,20,407,384,335 kilohertz, plus or minus 2 kilohertz. This is an exciting first step towards building the world's first nuclear clock and potentially rewriting the laws of physics. A huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon who make these videos possible. If you'd like to consider supporting the channel, the link to my Patreon is on screen and in the description. Thank you for watching and see you next time!
You know, there's a saying that I really like that helps to really quickly summarize all of the high points and all of the low points of world history. That helps to explain why no great empire has ever managed to maintain its strength forever and has managed to maintain progress forever, but instead every great human empire has always backpedaled and eventually been destroyed, or more often has destroyed itself. And that saying goes like this: hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. In the United States of America right now, it increasingly seems like we are in the last phase of that progression, where good times have created weak men, and now weak men seem to either be intentionally or not creating hard times. And really, the American century, for all intents and purposes, might already be over. And it's all because of a couple of decisions that were made over the course of just a couple of weeks that have irrevocably destroyed trust in the United States of America and have destroyed the pillars that made the United States so wealthy and so powerful to begin with. Right now, changes are happening so rapidly that most Americans are not even aware of them yet. And I think I am one of the exceptions because I have this YouTube channel which allows me to interact with a majority audience that is Europeans or people from other parts of the world. And that audience gives me a lens into how the rest of the world actually thinks right now that most Americans may not see for several months or maybe even several years. But that view that I am seeing is very palpable within the past month or so. A massive change in sentiment of people, citizens of other nations, towards the United States. People increasingly not only do not trust the United States anymore, but they actively distrust us and no longer want to be in our sphere of influence. And what we're seeing, which I'll describe in a few parts throughout this video, is really a new multipolar world that seems to be forming very rapidly to replace the hole that U.S. influence is creating. Right now, those signs are small. Perhaps this is reversible, but probably not if the decisions that are being made continue to be made.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got to hear about the Simply Unlimited plan from Google Fi Wireless. It's only $80 a month for 2 lines. If you're in the US, Mexico, or Canada, you can text, call, and use your data as much as you want. It comes with high-speed hotspot tethering, so you can connect and use data on your laptop or tablet. Super nice for getting out of the house and getting some work done at a cafe. And if you're ever worried about connecting to an unsecure network, like at an airport or a coffee shop, your plan has VPN included. If you haven't already, you should check out the unlimited plans from Google Fi Wireless. You can sign up right here. Okay, bye!
So let me explain a little bit what's going on. First, let's start with a quick summary of the foundations of power that have over the past century made the United States the most powerful and the wealthiest nation in human history. And then I want to explain how the United States is now actively kicking out those pillars of power from beneath their own feet. All empires throughout all of human history have gained power on 2 major pillars. The first is military dominance, and the second is world trade. And pretty much without exception, any nation that wanted to be great throughout history pursued those two objectives in a number of different ways. Sometimes those objectives manifested themselves more peacefully, where the people that were basically being subject to that nation or that empire were more or less happy about the outcome. Often the nations that were subjected to the power of that empire weren't happy, and it just depended on how things played out. The United States, of course, as the most powerful nation in the world right now, is no exception to those two rules. And really, over the past century, the primary reason the United States has gotten so wealthy and so powerful is because they intentionally set out to be a global country. They did this in a way that is arguably different than any other empire in human history, but nevertheless, they did it. Where over the past 100 years, and especially in the period following World War II, the United States explicitly pursued a strategy of globalism. We wanted the wealth and the goods of all the nations around the world, and to help protect those interests, we built a massive military with military bases all over the place. And in particular, we built an extremely powerful global navy. Now, we use this military and this navy differently than most empires did prior to us, which is we sought primarily to protect other nations, to keep people within our sphere of influence, so that they would willingly want to work with us and willingly trade with us and allow us to reap the benefits. But one way or another, the United States got wealthy because of military dominance and because of global trade. However, over the past couple of decades, it has become increasingly clear that Americans do not understand this basic set of facts, and they have begun to actively work against these interests, seeing America's globalism as a cost center rather than a benefit center, seeing our need to be interconnected with the world as something that is taking away from us rather than something that is adding to us. Why we feel this way, it's difficult to say. Perhaps it's just because we have so much wealth that we're spending so much time consuming that wealth that we don't spend any time reading books or reading our own history to understand where we came from. And increasingly, we have seen a certain segment of the United States wanting to withdraw from this world order, even though the United States is the one who created the world order, and they created it primarily for their own benefit. We have seen that manifest itself since Donald Trump has taken office for the second time in a very explicit way. Donald Trump has come into office, and he has made several different statements and several different moves that all separately could have undermined the United States' position in the world order, and combined, they definitely are pushing other nations away from us. These include combinations of things like saying that we want to take Greenland and the Panama Canal and Canada, stuff that sounds like it should be made up, or people putting words in Trump's mouth that he never said. But all of these things have been explicitly marked as goals by Donald Trump, and they're things that he has repeated several times, and it's clear that he is trying to move towards these goals as a matter of policy.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day 2, he realizes how clean and clutter-free his browsing experience has been since he got Pi. He doesn't have to deal with annoying cookie pop-ups or targeted ads. Day 3, he can finally binge YouTube and Twitch without interruption because Pi works on every website you visit on Chrome.
On top of all that, Trump has come out of the gate attempting to put tariffs on all of the United States' major trading partners between Canada and China and Mexico, about half of U.S. global trade, although he has backed out a couple of times after he's realized that these policies are devastating towards the United States' own economy. And then finally, Donald Trump has, at least as of now, paused military aid towards Ukraine and has made a move that really changes directions from decades of U.S. foreign policy. Now, as I said, all of these things are working together to undermine the two major pillars that have made the United States so wealthy and powerful. That being military dominance and global trade. I keep repeating those because I just really want to hammer the point home. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm just being repetitive for no reason. Obviously, things like tariffs undermine the United States' global position in trade because they completely reverse course on what was the goal of the United States in trade for several decades, and in what, in fact, has been the goal of every great global empire throughout human history, which was to receive more goods from other countries than you had to give yourself. It's called a trade deficit, and it's not a bad thing. It's actually been the goal of human empires since human empires were first conceived. But now the United States is trying to make goods, cheap goods from other countries, more expensive on purpose so that they can do the hard work of producing and they can pay higher prices. It doesn't make much sense, especially from a historical standpoint, but it's what they're doing. Now, in addition to that, from a military standpoint, the United States is undermining the military dominance that made so many nations want to trade with them in the first place. Of course, again, when we look at global empires have always tried to use their military to get more trade with other nations in one of two ways. One was the colony way, which was let's go and actually physically take territory and protect it and use the military to protect our interests to force the people who live there to send goods back to the home country. But there's another way where you can get the people to do that for you willingly by using your military to help protect them. And then because they are grateful for your protection, they are willing to live within your sphere of influence. That is the strategy that the United States has been pursuing, and now they're undermining that in two major ways. The first is obvious, where the United States for many decades has been willing to engage in warfare to protect the nations that are their friends and allies. We now see the United States backing away from Ukraine and actually being a little bit belligerent about their responsibility as the leading global power, saying that they don't want the costs of engaging in warfare or even supporting another nation while they engage in warfare. They just want the benefits of being a global empire. They don't want the responsibilities. At the same time, the United States is making statements that are at least making other countries nervous that they are shifting from the protection kind of empire to just the straight up take by force kind of empire. We see the United States saying things like, let's take the Panama Canal, let's take Greenland, let's make Canada the 51st state. And that is making people nervous about the United States' intentions. And it is causing them to back more and more away from U.S. influence. And they're not so willing to do it from their heart now. It's getting to the point where the United States might actually have to force them to do it, which they won't be very successful at. We see, for example, as the United States goes after Canada with tariffs, a huge buy Canadian and buy European movement is starting in Canada because people no longer want to trade with or trust the United States any longer. And we see similar things happening in Europe. And so with just a couple of moves, we have undermined the foundations of our empire. What might happen next?
If you have lots of readings to do, not just for your essays, but for studying in general, you can just...
Well, obviously it is too soon to say exactly where things could ultimately go, but there are some signals of what is already happening. And one of the first signals is that in the wake of all of these decisions, the Swiss government, which was in negotiations for a contract to buy F-35s from the United States, now has a lot of voices in their parliament that are saying they're not sure if they want to make a deal for their own protection that relies on the United States. And we might see a lot more things like this happening. Because when the United States shows that at the flip of a hat, at the flip of an administration, they can completely change their interests and change the way they look at the world, nations aren't going to want to be dependent on us for major weapons systems that require training and parts and maintenance from the United States. Now, that might seem like a small thing, but it's not a small thing at all if that trend opens up and broadens up. Because one of the reasons the United States continues to be the most powerful military on the planet is because of the power we get by selling our military systems to other countries. Military systems, of course, like any other kind of technology, are very expensive to develop, and the main cost is in the research and development, not the production of individual units. So for a long time, the way that the United States has funded our own military is by building up this global trust and getting people to want to buy our weapons from us, which reduces the cost of us developing our weapons by allowing us to spread those costs among other nations. That's part of what has allowed our military to become so technologically advanced, because we can afford to do that because we have a global system that we sit at the top of that is built primarily on trust. With that trust broken, people are going to look to purchase weapon systems from other countries. That is going to increase the cost of weapons development, not just for us, but for everybody else who was in our sphere of influence. While our adversaries are not going to have the same problems. And it is going to erode our military edge that to this point has kept us head and shoulders above China. This is just one thing that could happen, and it's one example of how bad things can get. Now, the really sad part is that a large reason that this could happen and that trends are going to move in this direction is because the United States was so upset about how much money they were spending giving weapons to Ukraine that they decided to basically back out of those deliveries with no notice to Ukraine, and now the trust is broken. But the massive irony is that over the course of over 3 years, the United States has given less equipment in terms of monetary value to Ukraine than they sell on an annual basis to other countries around the world. In fact, less than half. So over the course of 3 years, we've given Ukraine a little bit over 100
muddy. All right, we sound good. Buckle up. Got the cost of living. The party just doesn't seem to stop, and I don't think it's going to. And honestly, it's really fucking up my groove and your groove. And this first clip here is something that kind of I've had to experience firsthand with my parents. And unfortunately, a lot of other people are too. It's nice to see people talking about it, but just this clip's going to set the tone. It's going to come full circle here. All right, because one day we will get old, unfortunately. I don't like it. Anyways.
I had the pleasure of doing my 84-year-old mother's taxes today. My mother retired from Kroger after 38 years as an accountant. She draws Social Security and she has a retirement pension. But she had to go back to work to survive about 6 years ago for the community school corporation that we live here in our county. What I didn't know is that her insurance wouldn't cover 40% of a medical procedure that she had to have done, so she took a second mortgage out on her home. I watched her today pay $4,000 on federal and state taxes, even though she's paying Social Security and state and federal on this new job she has, and they take it out of her Social Security check and her retirement check.
Classic.
I watched her pay $4,000 and have $5,300 in her account. You know, this country's going to make sure that the elderly have nothing when they leave this world because they want it all. They want every greedy bit of it. And we're finding out just how greedy and how corrupt our government is right now. Whether you're on one side or the other, look to your grandparents or your parents of age and find out just how hard it is for them to live. I heard all kinds of stories today about how the old days were way much better. My mother used to make $25 a week babysitting and working for the Woolworth, F.W. Woolworth Company, and she bought her first car for $50. We're living in some really crazy times, folks. Shit's got to get fixed because they're going to make sure that the elderly, our parents and our grandparents, have nothing when they leave this world because they want it all.
I know.
Yeah, it's not just a conspiracy. Like, people aren't just out of their minds. And I don't want to get, like, sad here, but past month, my dad's he's basically in hospice now. He's 72, super bad dementia. But for the past 10 years, I'm 35, I have paid his way. He never bounced back when things hit back in like 2008 to 2010. He never bounced back, and he got early dementia. But he would have been just homeless without me, really. And it comes to find out that there's a lot more people that were in my situation. God, I want to cry here.
At Grainger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a lot of people like Puffy in the music business. Exposing Puffy means exposing them.
The past month, fuck. Then here's the crazy part. I take time off work, and it turns out YouTube's like any other job. Take off too much time, you don't get paid. There's no paid time off. And then when you come back, it's like any other job I had. You give up your shifts, you come back, you gotta fucking work for it again. As if you haven't been a loyal employee to your master. Not to get too upsetting, but this is something where it's like, it's kind of fucked up, actually. Anyways, let's really dig deep here, right here. This lady, judgment-free zone. How much money are you guys spending a month? This is all going to make sense at the end here, guys.
Money is like a very taboo topic, so feel free to not answer, but I am just so curious for people who are in their late 20s to early 30s who don't have kids. How much money are you guys spending a month? Not including your rent, because that's so different depending on where you live. Because I look at my credit card every month and I'm like,
all right, let's go into the comments here. I'm 35, no kids. Me and my girlfriend live together. This first comment goes, my husband and I spend roughly $7,500 per month, not including our mortgage. Holy shit. We are 37 and 38 living in Seattle. Wow. Yeah, we spend around $7,000, sometimes less, sometimes more, with me and my lady, with our mortgage. But still, it's still $3,500 each a month, which I guess isn't really that bad. But it's, let's be realistic. Next year, let's ask this question again. See where we're at. No big deal. Anyways, this person goes, I swear I spend $100 every time I leave the house. That's how it feels. It really does feel that way. What do y'all guys be doing spending $5,000 to $7,000 a month, not including rent? I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit much. About $7,000 every month. Yep. Without rent, maybe $5,000. Outside of rent, max $1,000. I'm not impulsive and have no kids. Yeah, he definitely doesn't have a girlfriend either. No offense, ladies, but they like to do shit. They like to spend money. Not all of them, but the ones I've come across. All right. This person's cheap. $700 just in gas, food, and groceries, a few meals out. All right. Keep moving here. Come on. Go down. Without rent, like $2,500. This person goes, what do you mean? My whole paycheck. That's rich. But that's where it's at. That's where it's fucking at. Anyways.
How the fuck are we supposed to survive in this economy? Genuinely. If anyone has the answer, please let me know.
Well, I'm going to give you guys a few options on how people are doing it. A lot of people are just choosing to say, fuck it, be homeless, live in a car.
I'm homeless, and I get ready for work at the gym. A lot of people don't understand why somebody would choose to be homeless, and honestly, rent was kicking my ass. I was paying $2,000 in household bills, and now I pay $20 for my gym membership.
Classic. And some people are just going full-blown reverse, dude. They're just giving everything up except for their apartment. Like this dude, he goes, my Toyota was actually repoed because I stopped paying the $575 a month. That's a lot, dude, for a Toyota. It was one of the best decisions of my life. But this is a big one right here. RV living. Something I'm actually fascinated on. Like next to van life, I think RV life would be, and I think it's going to be a lot of people's options in the future here if things keep going the way they're going. And I think about this for myself. Like, I know I'm doing YouTube and I'm doing that, and like I make good money and stuff, but dude, this shit's up and down. It's like any other job. It's like you're up, and then all of a sudden you're fucking down. It's like every other job. So this is shit I think about. And that's why I don't raise my bills. I'm living in the same place I was, same bills I've had when I was fucking bartending, and having roommates in my early 30s so that I could cut the cost down, right? But this dude right here, I've lived in an RV park for 7 years. Cheap living solution.
I have been living at this RV park for over 7 years now. This is my particular RV, nothing special. It's a 2007 Cougar. It is a toy hauler. I keep one of my motorcycles in there.
Oh, this guy's next level, though.
And I keep the other motorcycle there. This is my car. This is my truck.
Oh, yeah, this guy's like balling out RV living. I forget, he's going somewhere, though.
And some people, don't even have a truck to move their RVs. I know these people right here, I believe, just live in there. It's a couple. They live in there. They don't even have a way to move the RV, but you don't have to worry about that because you can. There's plenty of people that will move your RV for a fee. And that's how I originally moved my RV here. I paid someone to move it to the RV spot, and it's been there ever since.
Oh, so he started at the bottom. Now he's here. He really did. But think about that. It's a business idea. You got a truck, moving people's RVs for them. Dogs, that's a big one. People don't want kids anymore. Dogs are a big thing. Dog walking services, dog daycare. You know what I mean? Cut the cost of the big places. Something I just thought about that right now, But this is something that me and my dad, about 8 years ago, we went and looked at RVs for him to live in. Because I was like, dude, it's not that we can't keep living together, but trying to start your own family or something, and you just got your dad there. Right? Okay, but this is something people deal with. I'm not alone on this. All right, there's a lot of people out there living with their parents to help pay the bills because they can't possibly pay for both house and this. But we looked at RVs, not cheap, not fucking cheap. So although it's a cheap living situation, to get one though, it's still fucking expensive. They're still really fucking pricey. But here's another way people are surviving. I don't know how people get these kind of credit card limits. Look at this chick's limit. What is that? $15,000 limit, dude. She's got $8,000 on that bitch. This count is a past due. Make payment. She goes, when people ask how I afford my lifestyle, this is just one of my credit cards right now. Yeah, dude, it's not looking good. Anyways, back to this lady.
An email from my insurance broker. Our homeowner's insurance is going up another $1,000. An email from my BG, which is gas and electric in Maryland. It's going up from $372 this month to $612 next month. We have turned on our heat 3 times. Probably 3 times total. And there's fucking snow on the ground.
I'm gonna show you.
This is going to make sense. I'm always confused with the electric thing because I live in Florida, so my electric bill is never really more than $300. During the winter, it's like $150. I live in a 3-bedroom, pretty decent sized house, like 1,400 square feet, and we keep our AC fucking blasting. So, but right here makes sense. This is nuts. Like, this actually kind of pissed me off a little bit.
The craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You ready? This is our electric bill for 1 month.
$1,000.
We live in the beautiful state of Connecticut. Our total supply that we used for the month
Wait for it.
was